Good morning, mic check, please. Good morning, everyone. Namaskar, Ram Ram, Swagatam. We are delighted to be here, and I warmly welcome you all on behalf of the organizers of this 2 days long international conference on international internal security, artificial intelligence, and future perspective. This esteemed event is being jointly organized by BORDERMAN, the Institute of Border Security Studies, New Delhi, Rajasthan Police Academy, Government of Rajasthan, Nirwan University, Jaipur, and powered by Inspira Research Association. Now, that is a leading registered organization for the promotion of research. I would like to request our eminent dignitaries to come forward and take their places on the dais. I would like to call upon Dr. S. Paul Kapoor, Professor, Department of National Security Affairs, Naval Postgraduate School, Stanford University, California, United States. I would like to request Dr. S. Paul Kapoor to kindly take your seat on the dais. A great round of applause for Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. Now, I would like to request Lieutenant General Vijay Singh sir, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal Sammanit. We are so happy, we are so glad to have you here, sir. We would request you to please take your place on the dais. Lieutenant General Vijay. Moving ahead, I would like to request Mr. S.K. Sood, former Additional Director General, Border Security Force, to kindly come forward and take your seat on the dais. Mr. S.K. Sood. I would also like to request Dr. R.K. Arora, Vice Chairman and CEO, Nirwan University, Jaipur, and Border Security Force personnel, and the major catalyst of this conference organizing committee. I would like all of you to please give a big round of applause for Dr. R.K. Arora. For some health issues, IPS ADGP cum Director RPA, Sri P. Ramji sir could not join us for now, but soon he'll join us. Now, the stage looks really gracious with the presence of such distinguished personalities, isn't it? Thank you so much for being here. We are honored to have several special guests and dignitaries with us today from all across the world. I would like to take few of the names. We have Mr. Christopher with us. Sir, we welcome you. We have Ms. Diana Bugert with us, ma'am. We welcome you. Ma'am Diana is the Faculty Associate for Research, Department of National Security Affairs, Naval Postgraduate School, Monterey, US. Now we have Mr. Anil Kumar sir with us, who is Nuclear Security Expert. He is an ex-Inspector General, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Sir, we welcome you. We have Madam Sunita Meena, Superintendent of Police, with us. Ma'am, we welcome you. We also have Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association, and former Professor, University of Rajasthan with us. So we welcome you. We have Professor R.P. Modi, Conference Organizing Secretary, General Secretary of Inspira Research Association, and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Nirwan University. Dr. Jolly Sahani from Riyadh is on her way. We also have Dr. Manguram and Dr. Ashok Kumar from Jayanarayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. All the way from Jodhpur, they have come to attend this conference. So we are really thankful to you. Also, I would like to acknowledge all the police officials sitting here, all the people, all the personnel from Border Security Force, and the faculty and students from various universities who have joined us offline and online on both the modes. Now, in line with our Indian custom of welcoming the guests with open hearts and following the tradition of Atithi Devo Bhava, I would like to extend our warm welcome to our guests and dignitaries with a gesture of respect by presenting a sapling and uparna. So now I would like to request Dr. R.K. Arora sir to kindly felicitate our guest, Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. A big round of applause for our guest, Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. Now I would like to request Professor Ravikant Modi to please come forward and felicitate our guest, Lieutenant General Vijay Singh ji. A great round of applause for our guest, Lieutenant General Vijay Singh ji. I would like to request Madam Sunita Meena to kindly come forward and felicitate our guest, Mr. S.K. Sood. A round of applause for our guest, Mr. S.K. Sood. I would like to request the President of Inspira Research Association, Professor S. Modi, to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. R.K. Arora. The topic which has been chosen for this conference is of utmost significance: internal security, artificial intelligence, and future perspectives. They are the critical areas that shape the stability and advancement of any nation. As we navigate through the era of rapid technological advancements, understanding the interplay between the security and artificial intelligence is of utmost significance. It is imperative. This conference aims to delve into the crucial aspects, fostering discussions that will help in shaping a secure and innovative future. For the keynote address, I am honored to invite Mr. S.K. Sood, former Additional Director General, Border Security Force, to the stage. But before inviting Sood sir, I would like to throw a light on his great journey. I would like to just speak a few words because his journey is so illustrious that it is difficult for me to throw light on the whole journey, but I have chosen a few lines. Mr. S.K. Sood is a retired Additional Director General of Border Security Force. Having put in over 38 years of meticulous service, he has served along the borders of India with Pakistan and Bangladesh, including 8 years on MC and in sensitive Samba sector of Jammu and Kashmir. His interest includes border management, security-related issues, and the role of security forces in security metrics of India, politics, and humor. He has authored a book and contributed several chapters on border security. He is a regular participant in television debates on mainstream news channels. We are so glad to have you here, sir. We welcome you for your keynote address. Mr. S.K. Sood.
Yes, from the United States. I, on behalf of our think tank BORDERMAN, welcome you all to this 2 days conference on a very important topic of India's internal security, artificial intelligence and future perspective. Insofar as India is concerned, we have been having internal security issues right since our independence. We had to face secessionist movements in the Northeast immediately after we got independence since 1947. Then came Kashmir, then came Punjab. And all of these were not internally, all of these did not internally originate. Some of them were also instigated by our neighbors. And therefore, we cannot dissociate border security from internal security so far as India is concerned. Traditionalist thinking about security is security against the military threats. But things are changing. There are several issues which are not related only to militaristic threats. There are several threats which originate from other factors. For example, the non-state, all these problems of India, all these internal security problems of India, most of them emanate from non-state elements. For example, the militants in Kashmir, the militants in Punjab, they were although state-sponsored insofar as Pakistan is concerned, but many internal agents were also involved in the insurgency going on in Maoist region of our country in the central area is internally driven and no state is involved in it. Similarly, in Manipur, which is the present hotspot, again, the problem is internally driven and no state actor is involved in it. So, besides military threats, non-state actors also play a part in creating internal security problems. The non-traditional symbols of security also bring out several aspects, several other threats to security. For example, the present environmental threats, which we have seen happening, landslides happening in Uttarakhand, in Himachal, and in many other places. The recent pandemic that we have had, it has to be noted that there have been several times more casualties from these non-traditional threats like the coronavirus or other pandemics in the past than the actual wars. And so there are several other things. AI has been mentioned. AI can be used, can be misused, and therefore, and especially the cyber security also is becoming. So I hope during the 2 days conference there will be several papers on these aspects also, besides the traditional concept of security that we all think of. As I said initially, the internal security cannot be dissociated from the border security. And that is the reason that our think tank BORDERMAN came into existence, to consider the aspects of border security and its impact on the internal security. We are carrying out several research, several studies in this area, not only on the aspect of security, on the aspect of integrating border population into the mainstream, on the aspect of developing the border regions so that prosperity goes there and there are no, the people are weaned away from indulging in cross-border crimes. So, as chairman of the BORDERMAN organization, I invite the young people present here the students here and academicians to get associated with us and carry out research on these things. I'm grateful to Dr. Arora and the other organizers for having invited me here. I hope there will be several papers relating to academic issues on these aspects and also relating to the practical issues, giving certain practical solutions to these problems that are emanating over the next few days. I wish all the best, all the very best to all the organizers and those participating, those present. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Very rightly you have quoted that internal security cannot be taken in a vacuum without border security. And the work you are doing through BORDERMAN, that is really exemplary. And as you said that youngsters, students and teachers must collaborate with BORDERMAN for various topics related to research, and because these are the imperative topics on which research is very important. So thank you so much for addressing the audiences, sir. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite Lieutenant General Vijay Singh, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Seva Medal, who will talk about India's national security and eastern borders. But before inviting sir, I would just like to throw a bit of light on his journey. Sir is an alumni of National Defence Academy. Sir was commissioned into the 9th Gurkha Rifles in June 1981. He has also had the privilege of attending the Defence Services Staff College and National Defence Course. Being in infantry, he has spent over 15 years in Jammu and Kashmir in various ranks and appointments, which include commanding the brigades on the line of control in the Northern Command and GOC of Rashtriya Rifles Force. He has also worked in Army headquarters in various assignments that include being responsible for Indian Army deployments in United Nations peacemaking operations. In the rank of Lieutenant General, he has been the Director General Staff Duties in New Delhi and thereafter the Chief of Staff in Southwestern Command. We are so glad to have you here, sir. And before inviting sir for his keynote address, I would also like to welcome some of the guests we have. I apologize because I did not know the names exactly, so I could not welcome them. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Bhupinder, who is the Deputy Director of RPA, to be with us. I would like to acknowledge Avnishji Sharma, Assistant Director. I would like to acknowledge Madam Yogita Meena, Assistant Director, RPA, for being with us today. Thank you so much. And all the officials who are sitting here, we acknowledge your presence here. Now, I would like to welcome Lieutenant General Vijay Singh, sir, for his keynote address, sir.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Privilege for me to be here in front of you. Privilege to be sharing the guys itself. Very understandable. Before I start, I'd like to request you to pay homage to the soldiers of the Indian Army who laid down their lives in Kargil 25 years back today. Today is Kargil Divas. 25 years. We thought about the Pakistan. We lost a lot of us. Great soldiers. My homage to them, and I'm sure you do in your hearts. Pay your respect to them. Thank you. I was asked to talk briefly on the India's national security and eastern borders. I would revise the word eastern borders to Sino-Indian border. National security, as you are all aware, is all encompassing. In the physical domain, we have to protect the borders, economic domain, social, psychological, so many aspects to it. So national security is just not borders. National security includes everything. And from there, Based on that, we make our national strategies, national intentions, and we lay down plans, how should we proceed to find the right place to become their nations. India, as we know, is a big country. And we got the opportunity. Geographically, if you look at India, it's my perspective, we fall in no trade route of the world. No trade route cuts through India. East to west, north to south. We have the Indian Ocean to the south, it is huge and vast. We have this sea lanes of communication passing through it. But then to be dominated by us, we need to have an effective force. Capabilities and capacities to handle that part. So, already then here we have shortfalls in terms of energy resources, oil. We don't have oil, we import oil. It's a major burden on us. Unlike some countries who have been building because they have oil. Luckily now, we found that once the air of metal came starting in the third industrial revolution, India has a good reserve of rare earths. Which of course will take time to manifest, get produced, it has its own challenges, take time, but it will come through. That is where the future lies. Green revolution, third industrial revolution, rare earths, this is the future. In today's world, it is so globally connected. It's working with each other to secure, safeguard their interests, work out strategies to make the best of what is available. In that context, I should touch upon two issues which matter to us today or impact us. First is the Sino-US equations. When you're all aware, China, people say asserting itself, somebody uses some other word, bullying, whatever they may be doing, but they have grown to the levels that now there is conflict in the various domains with the US. So it has its own applications for us because of the Indo-Pacific region. So that has its own dynamics. We try to be in that. Where are we? What are we required to do? How do we safeguard and invest to get the best out of it? Everybody knows the work for it. Going to the Pacific side, you have the Chinese asserting in the South China Sea and the 9-9. Everybody is in trouble, Philippines, everybody is complaining of what is going on. And that's another issue which again impacts us because of the trade, etc. which flows through the world. Incidentally, I don't know how I've read it. I don't know how many of us are aware, but this 9-9 was created by a cartographer in China during the, let's say, about 150 years back. The Chinese were under immense pressure of the British Empire. And parts of China were being administered like Shanghai, Hong Kong, etc. Only the Chinese will be the British and then it was administered by them. Because at that time when the Chinese were not able to do this, they were very quietly still working on the strategies and that time was problem. So just imagine how they keep to try to work. It's something to learn from them. They think long term. Nothing is short term. Therefore, today, in conflict, the word conflict is right about that, but for various issues, it is the best in the world. Then we have the Sino-Indian equations, the border issues, other issues like, for example, major trade deficits. There are 17 trillion plus economy. There are 3 trillion plus. Course we're growing. We will take time. And they're quite ahead in that way. So money wise, they have a lot. And as they say, money makes you bear both. They are spending it anywhere and everywhere to get the best out of it. It has its implications for us. India-Russia relations. Traditionally, old relations going on strong. Being commented upon by many who find it a little discomforting. But the point is that we have to look at our own interests, we have to get oil out of them, we have to have good relations with them, all that matters. So we have to see our interests. Of course, it is not at the cost of disturbing relations with others. That's it matters. And if you want to done with it. Terrorism, as was mentioned, is a major issue for us, still remains, especially the ones which is coming from across. It does affect us, and of course, various measures are taken, but it does involve us. So, focuses our mind in cyber language. Cyber threats and growing all over the world. Very recently, you know, that Microsoft was crash took place and about a year and a half, all the aircraft were down, all everything was down. So these kind of things are also there for us. As far as the internal issues are concerned, we have the exploitation of social fault lines in our country. These are exploited by the vested interested parties who are very keen on creating disturbances so that we don't grow as well as we should. Because it doesn't. So it has more of an economic dimension than any other ideological dimension. Illegal immigration, the world all over in Europe, everybody is having these issues. So we have such issues. They've been taken care of during the challenge. Economic growth is very important for us. We started growing. We now matter. And we're only looking up. And as we grow, economically strong, we will be able to push ourselves better, live better, and be of some relevance to those who matter in the world. And there are recently people are saying that India is becoming the balancer in the power plays that are going around at the global level. As far as, of course, it has a combination of challenges and opportunities. Some of the strengths and opportunities which we have, but militarily, we are strong enough to look after ourselves. There is no doubt on that. We are strong. In any case, we never had desires to project in other areas in the sector. We are not into capturing areas, securing areas other than where we are. We are quite happy, but quite capable of defending ourselves very well. Anybody. And also quite effective in fighting terrorism. We may be very used JNK and all that. Year हो गया, वहाँ पर वो हो गया, last year and all that. Well, it will happen because it has been there since long, but it is very much in control. There should be no investigation in that. These things will happen. Today, fortunately or fortunately, the networking is so quick and well connected. But a small incident taking place in somewhere in JNK is a news worldwide. One chat, one militant kills somebody and other it's news in a very big manner. There is once upon a time, long time nobody knew what the hell was going on. What I try to say is that small things matter, but it's the media which plays it in a manner that it sounds very alarming. It is not so. We are now progressing towards asking their person or self capabilities in fact, we are trying to now get into and we have made some inroads into it where we want to produce, manufacture, and be self-capable in all domains. That is military equipment and other space and anything. Space, of course, you know, we are one of the world's best. We have been there in the lunar and there. Skill development is a challenge in our case, right? We have a large population of youth, but as of now, we lack in skill development. And because skills are not there, the niche high-end industries of the world find it a little difficult to come here and find the right workforce to operate. For example, Taiwan, some country produces world's best chips, microchips. It is so important that somebody is trying to grab Taiwan, others are trying to protect it. It's so important. So these niche and technologies, expertise in that, skills in that, in the long term are going to help us, and we're already underway to developing these. IT competencies, where you are all aware, so IT wise, we are quite good and doing well. Now, few words to the eastern borders that are the Sino-Indian borders. When you are aware of the borders, Macmillan line, all around the northern side. This Macmillan line, when you are aware, was made by the British. It was alienated, line was drawn on the map, but it was never demarcated. But when you draw a line on the map, itna sa map, and that line itself is a kilometer thick, which translated onto the ground, very more. So demarcation, which is putting pillars and marking it, has not never been done. And the various talks, border talks that take place between us and the Chinese, and by and large kept the fronts peaceful, but this needs to be done. Now the point is that nobody, either them or us, are going to accept claim lines of the other. So this clash remains. Once again, if you show you whether it's in upside from anywhere, whatever is said in the news and outside, that I don't know. But we are in control of what we should be. There's no doubt on that. Centuries back, China was not a. It is only when China took over Tibet, they did become a nation. US was country called Tibet between China and us. They go very and incidentally, the Tibet in 47 when we gained independence, one of the letters which came from Tibet was that now that you are independent, let us settle our borders with each other. And please give back the areas of Tawang, Sachin, Leh, Ladakh, etc. to us because these are part of the Tibetan later. Of course, this letter when it came to the government of India, it was given back, and then it was withdrawn by the then Tibetan government, saying that sorry, our Telangana is too young, he's just 30 years old, he didn't know what he's making. And how it was updated, right? What the Chinese step or the Tibetan state. Because now they say whatever was the are issues. So that is how it started, like how we cleared those tax payments. As far as China is concerned, I don't think they're very keen on settling the borders we have with the government. The simple reason that the more it remains, the more it focuses us onto that side. And now they're in collusion with the Pakistanis, especially in the areas of the heritage that with Pakistan, with that POK. That is the issue. But now with the Chinese making, they have made a road through that connecting to the Karachi port and coming down south. It's all the more important in the Chinese group. They made in collusion with Pakistan to take this trade route. And now with Taliban in Afghanistan, the Chinese are also pushing their Belt Road initiative to Afghanistan, trying to push to Afghanistan in a place called the Han Corridor. This again is immediately now. So these are all the critical things. The second part is that as far as China is concerned,
the smallest Belt Road initiative are to the west. Obviously, because the gate has to flow west, it doesn't come through the seas, or they go west in the area of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and those areas, and come to Afghanistan. So that is where they are going. And they have their own issues there, some places in sort of in conjunction with the Russians, some places doing it on their own, but there are a lot of issues. And Chinese, typical of them, in those areas, the arrangement was that Russia will be the net security provider, and China will build all these roads and all that. But then China got involved in security also. So things are not moving possibly as they were, and they should be from the Chinese perspective. They are moving. That's their soft spot. The part of the state. It's one of the political social thinking is bonded. As I said earlier, it's a quite big deal of ourselves in terms of the defenses around the borders and in the Indian. As of now, since the last 15 years or so, we are on the front foot as far as the geopolitical games are concerned, as much as it can be. We're pushing hard to find the rightful place, which is helping us also. And as I said earlier, possibly we will at a point in time become a kind of a balancer between the power play which is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Vijay Singh, sir. So very rightly you said that long-term strategies are very important, how they planned, and we must learn from it. And from Indian perspective, so nicely you have told that we have to look after the security through Indian perspective, where we have huge population and limited resources. And very beautifully you have said that India has somehow become a balancer in the power play, the whole power play of the global economy. So that's really nice of you, sir. And we are glad, we are grateful to you once again for joining us here and addressing our participants. Uh, Before inviting our next guest for the keynote address, I would like to acknowledge and welcome our two very special guests who have joined us just now. We would like to welcome Dr. Jolly Sahani, who has joined us from Prince Sultan University. He has come from Prince Sultan University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are really grateful to you, ma'am. All across from Saudi, you have come to attend this conference. Central Asia, Indo-Pacific Strategy, and US-India relations. Previously, he has taught at Claremont McKenna College and was a visiting professor at Stanford University. Kapoor is an author of Jihad, A Grand Strategy, Islamist Militancy, National Security and the Pakistani State, Dangerous Deterrent, Nuclear Weapons, and Conflict in South Asia, and many other such books. So the topic seems to be really, really interesting. So we are really glad to have you here, sir. And we are excited to hear from the horse's mouth, Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. Kindly, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aurora, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very happy to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Dr. Aurora asked me to offer up a few thoughts on the U.S.-India relationship and the strategic cooperation between the two countries, something that's very important, I think, to both of us. And so I'll try to do that in the next few minutes, just give you a sense of this from a U.S. perspective. Okay. But before I do that, I want to make clear that these are my views only. They do not represent anyone that I work for, especially the U.S. Department of Defense. So, the U.S.-India relationship has seen tremendous success in recent years. There are a number of ways you can measure this. There's been high-level diplomatic engagement, technology transfer, arms sales, joint exercises, wherever you want to look. U.S.-India cooperation is skyrocketing in ways that we couldn't have imagined even a few short years ago. But that forward momentum is not guaranteed. It's not necessary that it will continue. It could hit roadblocks, headwind, whatever you want to say. And so it's important to think carefully about what we need to do to ensure that it continues forward. And again, from a U.S. perspective, it's something that we think about quite a bit. What steps can the U.S. take to try to avoid some of these problems and ensure that India and the United States are able to build on this momentum, build on their past successes and continue. So what I want to do in the next few minutes is just offer you four principles for continued success in the U.S.-India relationship, again, from the standpoint of the United States. These aren't specific policies, but again, rather they're operating principles based on the history of the United States-India relationship, the current strategic environment, and coming challenges that the two countries are likely to face. Okay. So I think the first one is we need to prioritize trust between India and the United States. Trust is really the coin of the realm. It is the most important thing in the relationship. Lack of trust between the two countries historically has been a problem, particularly during the Cold War. India was suspicious of the United States didn't trust India. That continued to impede cooperation even as the two countries came together at the end of the Cold War and in the years that immediately followed. During the Cold War, the Indians viewed the United States as a potential meddler in the region and feared interference in India's internal and own affairs and regional affairs as well. A lot of that had been overcome in the past 2 or 3 decades as the two countries have moved together, but trust remains a problem. And some of the concerns about U.S. meddling in Indian affairs linger, particularly, and you see this periodically, particularly when outsiders criticize India, especially if the United States does something that seems to be critical. And you see this on domestic policy issues, human rights, other normative grounds. But I think really that the main trust issue now between the U.S. and India is not a concern about U.S. interference from the outside, but rather distrust or concerns that the United States may not remain fully engaged in the region, even as the United States and India work together to ensure that the Indo-Pacific remains free and open and tries to avoid a situation where an authoritarian hegemon, like China, is able to exert power over the region. So if India is to partner closely with the United States and take that risk, how can India be confident that the United States will remain engaged in the region, not leave and put India in a position where it has to face China on its own? I think Indian confidence on this has been increasing, but it's still a concern. There are a number of things that the United States can do to show its commitment to continued cooperation and to remaining engaged in the region. One is that in its public and private rhetoric, can consistently voice determination to keep the Indo-Pacific free and open, and make clear its opposition to Chinese behavior that undermines that goal. It can also reiterate its belief in the importance of the U.S.-India strategic partnership and its continued commitment to helping India become a strong, independent node of power in the region. Additionally, the United States can be helpful to India during crises. U.S. backing during the 2020 Sino-Indian border clashes, both in public and behind the scenes, and well-publicized U.S.-India naval exercises during that time, helps to reassure India of U.S. reliability and concede in the United States' efforts to demonstrate that. Finally, the United States can continue to liberalize rules regarding the export of dual-use technology to India. Technology sharing will both build India's strategic capacity and serve as a strong indicator of U.S. commitment to the relationship. And this will be especially important for officials who in India who are skeptical of continuing close U.S. relations. By reducing the trust deficit, these measures can ameliorate perhaps the most foundational problem in the U.S.-India relationship and help build robust trust in the two countries that, again, is essential for continued cooperation. All right, so that's the first principle. Second principle is this important, again, from the U.S. perspective, not to confuse India's military constraints with a lack of strategic utility in continued cooperation between the two countries. India faces a number of military challenges, despite the fact that it's an extremely able country, but there are military challenges that it faces in terms of equipment, procurement, defense budgets, and so on. Also, the enormous expanse of the Indo-Pacific and China's formidable resources magnify these problems. Led some critics in the United States to question how useful the partnership is between the United States and India. You've seen this in some prominent publications recently that have been in the public domain, and it's certainly something that's expected in private. I think that pessimism is unwarranted. India faces military constraints, but they don't prevent it from being an important contributor to the collective efforts to ensure that the Indo-Pacific remains free and open, or serves as a balancer, as General said. So inability to do that remains despite these challenges. And it's also important to remember that the United States and India and other like-minded countries in the region, they have limited aims in the Indo-Pacific. We're not trying to control the region or to exclude China or any other country from it. Rather, what India, the United States, and other like-minded countries are trying to do is to prevent an authoritarian hegemon from establishing power and exerting power over the region. And India is able to contribute to this from a collective perspective, even through relatively modest measures like defending itself, right? I mean, just the agility for India to defend itself is crucial. It doesn't have to create extensive power projection capabilities, which are costly and operationally challenging and potentially provocative. Rather, India can focus on the more modest aspect of self-defense, protecting land borders and home waters against attempts to change the status quo. Even this limited approach, relatively modest, will be very important to preventing an authoritarian country in the region from trying to exert U.S. power over it. Now, conventional wisdom has been somewhat pessimistic about Indian military options in the border region, but I think careful analysis suggests that India is actually in quite a strong defensive position, thanks to a number of advantages that it enjoys. These include short lines of communication, improved logistics, better aircraft and bases, augmented air defenses, and longstanding experience in high altitude warfare, which again was just mentioned, Cargill and in addition, Indian nuclear forces can reach Chinese cities, including Beijing, Shanghai, and so even with its current constraints, India should be able to mount a capable response against future and threat. In the maritime domain, as on land, India enjoys a number of defensive advantages. And particularly important is geography, which features close proximity to crucial sea lane communications, which connect Europe and the Middle East to Asia, as well as possession of outlying island chains such as the Andamans and the Nicobars. So utilizing submarines, anti-submarine warfare aircraft, land-based naval aircraft, mobile precision-guided missiles, and small surface ships close to home, India is actually in a very strong position to protect its own home waters, generate intelligence for itself and its partners, and potentially contest Chinese access to slots, sea link communication, and choke points. And again, defensive approach here is far less costly and complex than trying to project power out into the Western Pacific. And that's something that again is necessary. So this kind of defense is something that will allow India to not to be aggressive, not to attack China or anything like that, but rather to make an invaluable contribution to the collective efforts in the Indo-Pacific region to keep it free and open. So again, a relatively modest approach here goes a really long way. Third main principle that I would point out is I think the United States needs to accept what I would call an open relationship with India. India does not wish to establish a formal alliance with the United States, and the United States doesn't need it to do so. And that's, I think, an important thing to remember from the U.S. perspective. To contribute to the goal of maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific, India needs, above all, to remain diplomatically independent. The Indo-Pacific region composed of independent states will necessarily resist the efforts of any one power to exert hegemony over the region. And that's true even if those states are bound only by informal ties and don't belong to a traditional treaty-based alliance structure. The United States should keep its partnership with India, therefore, close but informal. It doesn't need to create a relationship based on its legacy alliances, like its alliance with Germany or Japan, or to devalue the relationship because it doesn't resemble those traditional alliance structures. The United States can expect India to be like-minded, but it should interpret that term liberally. India and the United States need to be like-minded in their commitment to resisting a single power's hegemony in the region and promoting a free and open Indo-Pacific. Otherwise, they should be able to disagree on any number of issues and go their own way on, again, a wide variety of strategic matters. One of the most important such matters is India's relationship and the United States relationship with third parties. And this is something that often causes irritation between the two countries and creates headwinds in the relationship. So the United States, for instance, finds India's relationship with Russia, which again is mentioned, also with Iran, to be troubling. And then here, India, as you know, established close relationships with Russia / Soviet Union during the Cold War, and procured Soviet military hardware on favorable terms, provided the Soviet Union diplomatic support, and so on. With Iran, India has deep civilizational ties, as evidenced by India's large Shia population, and also they relied on Iranian oil exports and energy needs. And exports from the Russians have been important in Spain as well. The United States has pressured India to back away from those two countries. India has partially complied, but the reality is that that's never going to go away completely. These relationships will always be important to India. So India will continue to try to secure energy cheaply where it can, including buying Russian oil, as well as continuing to buy Russian defense equipment, especially where it needs to do so to ensure that our complete legacy system is operational. And it's going to stay involved with Iran, as evidenced by continuing projects such as the development of Chalabad ports. Now, and I think the United States just needs to be realistic about the fact that those third-party relationships are going to remain as an increasingly important regional power. We should expect India to do that. And after all, the United States does it as well. Right? The United States maintains close relationships with countries that India doesn't like. So, Pakistan, for instance, goes to line. India takes an extremely dim view of the United States' close relationship with Pakistan, but the United States expects India to recognize that that relationship has its own imperatives and will continue on to the foreseeable future and doesn't otherwise undermine U.S.-India relations. So I think some symmetry there would be important, and the U.S. should recognize the same in the case of India. Last principle, fourth principle, it's important for the United States to avoid false equivalence between India and Pakistan. For decades, U.S. policymakers spoke of India and Pakistan as the same threat, treating the two countries essentially as a single hyphenated entity united by a common conflict. That practice has become less common in recent years, but the United States has still often devised policy toward India or Pakistan with the other state in mind. And as a result, the United States has in some situations foregone or limited its ability to cooperate strategically with India and has enhanced cooperation with Pakistan, hoping to prevent India from gaining too much of a strategic advantage in the regional balance of power. In my view, that's not a useful approach. In my personal view, India is actually far more important to the United States than Pakistan is. Its territory, population, military, and economy are much larger than Pakistan, and its interests and its preference converge more closely with the United States than that of Pakistan. If the United States tries to pursue an artificially balanced South Asia policy, it will miss opportunities to achieve greater strategic cooperation with India, and will support a lot of the things that Pakistan does that we don't like, support the North Sea, close relationship with China, and so on. So I think the U.S. needs to be prepared to accept a certain amount of imbalance in its approach to South Asia and be willing to publicly criticize Pakistan's bad behavior and condition further aid to Pakistan in the implementation of more constructive Pakistan policy. We've seen that starting recently for the first time in really decades, but it needs to go further. So those are four principles that I think are important from a U.S. standpoint as we think about the strategic relationship between India and the United States. Those principles, if we follow them, are not going to guarantee any particular outcomes, but I think that if we do follow them, we increase the likelihood that we will avoid pitfalls that could slow progress between the two countries, and increase the likelihood that the U.S.-India relationship will reach its potential in the year ahead. Thank you very much.
That was indeed very, very interesting. And especially for the civilians, for the layman, it is very, very interesting to know about India-US relationships and how the line of control works. So very nicely you have elaborated, and we really loved listening to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from US to India, sir. Thank you so much for having joined us here. So this was Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. Before moving ahead, I would like to acknowledge and welcome one more very special guest with us. We have Professor Anil Mehta with us. Professor Anil Mehta is the professor at Banasthali Vidyapeeth University, and also he is the Vice President of Inspira Research Association. So we welcome you and we acknowledge your presence. Expressing gratitude is one of the highest virtues of humanity. So in the series of expressing our gratitude towards all the guests who have joined us from all across the world, before inviting Dr. R.K. Arora sir for the formal vote of thanks, I would like to request some of our dignitaries to present the memento to our guests so that we can show that how grateful we are to have them with us today. So in this series, I would like to call upon Dr. Bhupendra Yadav sir, Deputy Director, Rajasthan Police Academy, to kindly felicitate our guest, S. Paul Kapoor sir. So I would request Dr. Bhupendra sir to kindly felicitate our guest, Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. Now, I would like to request Dr. R.K. Arora, Vice Chairman, CEO, Nirwan University, and BSF professional, and also Professor S.S. Modi to kindly come forward and felicitate our guest, Lieutenant General Vijay Singh. A big round of applause for our guest, Lieutenant General Vijay Singh. Again, I would request Dr. R.K. Arora sir and Professor S.S. Modi sir to kindly felicitate Lieutenant General Vijay Singh. In this series, I would like to call upon Shri Avnish Sharma ji, Assistant Director, and Dr. R.K. Arora sir to kindly felicitate our guest, Mr. S.K. Sood. A big round of applause for our guest, Mr. S.K. Sood. For felicitating the catalyst of this program, Dr. R.K. Arora sir, I would like to request Madam Yogita Meena, Assistant Director, and Dr. R.K. Modi, Dean and Professor, Nirwan University, Jaipur, Conference Organizing Secretary, to kindly felicitate Dr. R.K. Arora sir. A big round of applause for Dr. R.K. Arora. He has been working relentlessly for this program for so many days. Now, for every systematic arrangement here, we are really grateful to Madam Sunita Meena, who has always been there with us to help us, to assist us in all the kind of systematic organizing and everything. She was always there with us, either day or night. So we wish to really say thanks to ma'am. And for Madam Sunita Meena ma'am, I would like to request again Dr. R.K. Arora sir, and I will also come to felicitate you, ma'am. So please, ma'am, Madam Sunita Meena, big round of applause for ma'am. Chief host of the program, very rightly said, sir. She's the chief host for the program. And now, since as I told you that Shri P. Ramji sir, Director RPA, is not with us due to some health issues, but we would like to say thanks to him because he had always been there with us throughout the preparation stage. So, to felicitate Shri P. Ramji sir, I would request Dr. Bhupendra Yadav sir, Deputy Director sir, that he comes and collects the memento on behalf of P. Ramji sir. So on behalf of P. Ramji sir, I would like to request Assistant Director sir, Dr. Bhupendra Yadav sir. And Paul sir, I would request you to kindly felicitate sir. As I told you that this conference is a collaborative effort of three institutions along with being powered by Inspira Research Association, I would like to request our guests to felicitate the organizers from Inspira Research Association team. So in this sequence, I would like to request Dr. S. Paul Kapoor sir to kindly felicitate the pillar of Inspira Research Association, President Sir, Professor S.S. Modi. So, for felicitation of Professor S.S. Modi, I am requesting Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. The conference could not have been possible without the efforts of Conference Organizing Secretary, our very young and hard-working member from Inspira and Nirwan University, Professor Ravikant Modi. Professor Ravikant Modi is the Conference Organizing Secretary, General Secretary of Inspira Research Association, and Dean and Professor Nirwan University, Jaipur. I would request Dr. S. Paul Kapoor to kindly felicitate Dr. Ravikant Mohan. So after that, I announce my own felicitation. I would like to tell you that I am Dr. Aarti Chopra. I am the Joint Secretary of Inspira Research Association and Associate Professor MBA in Purnima University, Jaipur. So I would request Dr. S. Paul. Today we have three interns with us who are interning with BORDERMAN. And at such a young age, they are so concerned about the security of our country and they are inclined towards reading such kind of work and going through a rigorous training for the security of our nation. So they have come all the way from Mumbai, Delhi, and many other cities. I'm not sure, but sir told me that they are flying from Mumbai and Delhi to attend this program. So I would like to request Dr. S. Paul Kapoor sir to kindly felicitate the interns of BORDERMAN. I would like to call upon for that Rudrani first. Miss Rudrani, I would like to call you on the stage. These students are doing research on these topics as Lieutenant General Sir was talking about it, that research is so important in this area. Congratulations, Ms. Rudrani. We have another intern with us, Ms. Vipra. Ms. Vipra is also working in the field of border security and she's also an intern there. So kindly welcome Ms. Vipra also, and I would request all our guests to kindly felicitate this girl for being inclined towards such an imperative issue. So Ms. Vipra is there with us. Next, we have Rehan with us. Rehan, and Rehan is also an intern with BORDERMAN. Rehan, congratulations to you. Please come forward. Big round of applause for Rehan. And I would also like to take the opportunity from this stage to thank two of the volunteers from Inspira Research Association, Mr. Naman Agrawal and Mr. Anuj Sharma. I just want you to stand there because we'll felicitate you in the valedictory program. We have been working hard for making this program a grand success. Thank you so much. Sir, please. Now, as I told you that expressing gratitude is one of the highest virtues of humanity. To deliver the formal vote of thanks, I invite Dr. R.K. Arora, Border Security Professional, Professor at IIT Delhi, Advisor at IIT Bombay, Vice Chairman and CEO of Nirwan University, to kindly come forward and present the formal vote of thanks for the guests who have joined us from all across the world. Dr. R.K. Arora, sir.
Thank you, Aarti. Paul, thank you very much for giving more understanding about the diplomacy and how difficult to explain about this, particularly in Indian context and speaking in you, our neighborhood and the US officials. Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to propose a vote of thanks for the opening session of the two-day international conference on India's internal security, artificial intelligence, and future perspective. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shri P. Ramji, Additional DG and Director, Rajasthan Police Academy, for his unwavering support. Otherwise, this event would not have been possible without his support. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Paul and his team, Rihanna, Christopher, Anil sir, for visiting us and sharing their valuable knowledge during this conference on very important issues. A special thanks also goes to Lieutenant Vijay sir and Sood sir, who is coming from Delhi, especially for this event, and giving us his valuable time in his very busy schedule. So I'm equally grateful to the Deputy Director, Rajasthan Police Academy, and his entire team for their continuous support in this event. Due to their support, this event is possible. I'm also extending warmest thanks to all the participants from various parts of the country, particularly dealing with the national security, research, and attending this program. Your presence and active participation are crucial. Otherwise, these discussions and debates will not lead to any resultful outcome without your active participation. As explained by our expert panelists during the discussion, that homeland security and cross-border challenges pose a significant threat to India. So these two-day will provide a vital platform to all the stakeholders. That's why I call a hybrid model to the practitioners, policymakers, and academia to discuss and debate the various issues related to this. And this will lead to some positive results, which will be further strengthen our national security. So, as a think tank dedicated to promoting capacity building among law enforcement agencies, I am proud that BORDERMAN and the Rajasthan Police Academy, along with other academic institutions, come together, collaborated on this issue, and we are working on the area which are of common interest, and these collaboration will help us to move forward and overall improvement in our national security apparatus if we contribute something on this. And for this collaboration, I am especially thankful to Dr. Ravi Modi and his team for their continuous and regular efforts for this event. And I can assure you that BORDERMAN will continue his efforts to help the policymakers, practitioners, and academia to promote research, give them exposure in this field, help them provide mentorship and expertise in these domains, because we got almost 40 experts with various backgrounds who are regularly engaged with the various policymakers, including some of the students who are pursuing the research or the masters in the defense or the security studies. So we will continue in that effort, and I will not take much of time. I am again thankful to each and everyone who is involved in this event for successful organization. Again, thankful to Paul and his team for visiting us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we all will proceed for high tea. And after the high tea, we wish all of you to be here for a very wonderful session, that is the book release session. A very, very special book which is related to this topic, internal security and nuclear security, I suppose. So, Dr. Jolly Sahani is with us. She has joined us from Prince Sultan University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She'll be the moderator of the session and she'll be talking to the editors of the book. So after the high tea, we all will meet here for book release session. So you all are invited for the high tea. Thank you.
कब फोटो दे दिया विज्ञान ने? राम जय श्री कृष्ण, जय श्री कृष्ण। तो क्या करूँगा मैं भी यहाँ पे नहीं नहीं अब जाएंगे पूरी मौत की मजे लेंगे।
हाँ और कहाँ जाओगे
नाश्ता खाना
वैसे जो बड़ा बड़ा
रुक रुक मारी वो बोर्ड दे यार अरे मनकुस
डायना, वेकर, पोल कपूर और अनिल कुमार, जोली मॉडल, बुक लॉन्चिंग सेशन, बुक लॉन्चिंग ये बुक आ रही है आलग्रेव, बस थोड़ा सा वो चलो वो भोजन वो
ओहो डाल दे कल नाश्ता करो
नाश्ता खड़ा
No, no.
तुझी कोण मिळते
फोटो कब 12-18 सब अभियान में रखना
आज तुम दोनों की डाइट खराब कराऊंगी, समोसा खिला के आ जाओ ना जल्दी से।
कैलाश जी कह गया का इंचार्ज बोर्ड में दिक्कत कहाँ आ रही, चाय नाश्ता खाना सब मिल रहा है खाना हम तो देखे तो अब तो मार दे फोकस है
बाहर नाश्ता करे ना वो यहाँ बैठे थे वो है यहाँ बैठे थे ना इस कोने में नरेंद्र मोदी की
यहाँ बैठे थे हाँ हाँ यहाँ
अच्छा क्या ना गाड़ी वाला
ऐसे नीचे भाई
आपको थोड़ी सी दे दो और आप उसकी आपके हिसाब से जैसे जो है वो बाद में उठ के ऐसे चार बजे तक 4 बजे तक प्रोग्राम की कल 2 बजे तक मनोसदन में बिल्कुल नहीं सर बीच में फिर भी है क्या? कितने बजे खाना क्या? अरे दोबारा
शाम तक चले गए लंच हो गए
अब लंच है कल ना 2 बजे तक
insights and expertise of leading scholars and practitioners in the field of nuclear safety and security. We are privileged to have with us today the distinguished authors or editors of the book and also the moderator for this session. So first of all, I would like to invite upon the stage the moderator for today's book launch session, Dr. Jolly Sahani. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Jolly Sahani. Dr. Jolly Sahani will serve as the moderator for this book launch session. Dr. Jolly Sahani is a Director of Jubilation Office and Associate Director of MBA Program at Prince Sultan University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She has over 15 years of professional experience, and before joining Prince Sultan University at Riyadh, she was involved in training bureaucrats on governance and policy making. Dr. Sahani is a renowned researcher in the field of blended learning, strategic HRM, quality of work life, and corporate diversification. She has been invited to conduct workshops and lectures at international universities and conferences, including Harvard, Oxford, and Newcastle University. We are really glad to have you here, ma'am. We welcome you as the moderator for this session. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed editors for the book. We have Dr. S. Paul Kapoor with us. I would request Dr. S. Paul Kapoor to kindly come up on the stage and take your seat. As I have already introduced you to Dr. S. Paul Kapoor, again, I would like to tell you that he is the professor in the Department of National Security Affairs at the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School and a visiting fellow at Stanford University Hoover Institution. Welcome you, sir. And we also congratulate you for your book. Now, next, I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Anil Kumar. Mr. Anil Kumar, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Anil Kumar. Mr. Anil Kumar is a national nuclear security expert and ex-Inspector General Security, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Mr. Anil Kumar completed his master's in nuclear physics from the University of Delhi. He started his career as an Indian Police Service officer in the year 1986. During 34 years of his distinguished service, he extensively dealt with the issues related to security of vital installations and important persons, as well as the issues related to terrorism and anti-corruption. Sir, we are so glad to have you here. A big round of applause for Mr. Anil Kumar. Also, as the editor of the book, we have Ms. Diana Vugar with us. So we invite on the stage Ms. Diana Vugar, and I would like all of you to give a big round of applause for Ms. Diana. Ms. Vugar is a faculty associate for research in national security affairs at the Naval Postgraduate School, specializing in international and regional security issues, particularly related to nuclear strategy and security in Southern Asia. She has over a decade of experience organizing bilateral and multilateral dialogues and tabletop exercises with countries like China, Russia, India, and Pakistan. Ms. Vugar is completing her PhD in political science at the University of Chicago and holds a master's degree in security studies from the Naval Postgraduate School and a BA from Oberlin College. We are so glad to have you here, ma'am. We have one more editor who could not join us, but we would like to acknowledge her name. She is Dr. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajgopalan. She could attend the program today offline, but the beauty of the program is that it is being recorded on Zoom, so anytime anyone can see that program. So I would like to congratulate all of you for editing such a wonderful work. And now I would like to request Dr. Jolly Sahani to kindly proceed with moderating this book launch session. Dr. Jolly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aarti. Namaskar, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Jolly Sani, as been rightly introduced by Dr. Aarti, and it's my privilege and honor to moderate the session in this lovely conference. I think we had a wonderful morning and we had a glimpse of what we are going to talk about. We have a wonderful book, and I remember a quote: if you don't find a book you need on the shelf, you should write it. This is a very popular quote. I believe this is one of the cases for at least one of the authors here. So let's start with the speeches we have lined up. So we have some PowerPoint presentations prepared by the guests. So in the sequence, who would like to go first? So let's invite Dr. Paul here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kelly. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to our hosts, Dr. Aurora, Dr. Modi, for inviting us to organize this conference. Also, Rajasthan Police Academy, Inspira Research Association, Nirwan University, and BORDERMAN Institute. Again, for hosting this discussion and for inviting us, really appreciate the honor to be here and tell you a little bit about our book project. So the nuclear safety and security, protection of nuclear facilities, weapons, technologies, and materials against accidents or attacks is really an understudied area of international security. But it is extremely important. A nuclear-related disaster is more likely to result actually from a peacetime mishap or a terrorist event than it is from a nuclear war. Okay, so next slide, please. Improving our understanding of how to protect the entire nuclear enterprise, ranging from civilian power plants to military applications. In other words, the study of nuclear safety and security, therefore, essential. We want studies in which experts work with colleagues from other states, partner countries, to address key challenges in protecting nuclear enterprise to be a fruitful means of enhancing our knowledge in this area, creating learning opportunities, developing new ideas for jointly tackling new problems, and also building trust. Trust is something I talked about earlier with the United States and India. It's actually another avenue where I think we can. The United States and India are particularly promising candidates for these types of projects. Both countries are long-standing nuclear states, have significant nuclear infrastructure. Both have suffered attacks on parts of their nuclear enterprise, revealing weaknesses that require further attention. And both countries are deeply concerned about threats to the safety and security of their nuclear enterprises, and they're determined to take concrete steps to mitigate. This is actually quite an opportune moment for a joint U.S.-India project along these lines. A series of nuclear-related summits during the Obama administration raised awareness of this issue and led states to take steps to promote nuclear safety and security. Recent incidents like the Colonial Pipeline and solar wind attacks, although they were not nuclear-related, have highlighted the importance of threats to critical infrastructure. And of course, the centrality of supply chain security. At the same time, India and the United States have a burgeoning bilateral strategic relationship, which we talked about earlier. And that has significantly increased the two countries' level of mutual trust. And it's enabled them to work together in areas that would have been prohibitively sensitive just a few years ago. And I can tell you this from personal experience, it's definitely true. This is not something that they're trying to buy 2 years ago, but it's possible now because of the progress that the relationship made. Now, this volume that we're introducing today capitalizes on these opportunities by bringing together experts from the United States and from India to address issues of nuclear safety and security that are of central and enduring interest to both countries. Next slide, please. Part grew out of an annual dialogue on U.S.-India strategic relations. Across several meetings, nuclear safety and security emerged as a recurring topic. The quality of the exchanges between the Indian and US participants on this extremely sensitive topic convinced the editors to commission a series of papers from US and Indian experts on core sets of nuclear security and safety related challenges. Next slide, please. And there you can see your friendly editors. There's Diana Weaver, my colleague, and our other colleague, Roger on the computer today, but was one of the team. And these papers that we commissioned became the chapters of this book. Next slide, please. The chapters address 6 substantive issues of relevance to all nuclear states. First, insider threats and personnel reliability, focusing on the human side of physical security, discussing the problems of insider threats and examining ways to protect against them, including personal reliability programs, access controls, and defensive forces. Second, organizational culture within the nuclear enterprise, discussing what constitutes a strong culture of security, why such cultures are important, and how cultural change in organizations is best be implemented. Third, emergency response and crisis communication, addressing best practices with an emphasis on holistically considering the need for procedures and policies, communication systems, networks of trained personnel, and emergency exercise execution and appraisal programs. Fourth, physical protection, discussing how nuclear facilities and materials can be protected from a range of external threats, including attack, theft, and diversion, and exploring how India and the United States seek to do so, and how those approaches that they each have changed over time. Fifth, controlling radioactive sources, the dangers of uncontrolled or orphaned sources, as well as the challenges of and various approaches to effectively regulating those sources. Finally, number 6, cybersecurity and the nuclear infrastructure, exploring cyber threats, which have become more widespread and increasingly sophisticated with the digitization of the nuclear enterprise, and ways to defend against these problems. Each chapter consists of 2 papers, one by an Indian author and one by an American team of authors. And the contributors are experts with deep knowledge in their field and experience. They include a mix of retired and active civil servants, military officers, and academics. Next slide, please. And we have our Indian authors there. Get a sense of who they are and what their backgrounds are. And next slide, please. And those are our US authors and current locations of that. So I won't get into the details of the various chapters arguments now, although we can talk about them in Q&A. Instead, what I'll do is ask my colleague and co-editor, Diana Weaver, to talk about some of the broad themes that emerged from these papers, highlighting similarities between the challenges that the United States and India face, as well as similarities in the 2 countries' efforts to address them. She'll also talk about areas for collaboration between the United States and India on nuclear and safety and security in the future, both at the scholarly and at the policy level. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you as well to our hosts and to you, the audience, for being here. We really appreciate it. Working on a book like this, you're never quite sure if anybody's going to, show up when you talk about it. So we really appreciate you listening to us. Next slide, please. So the broad themes that have emerged from this volume include sort of social factors, economic, technological, and experiential factors. Specific observations include, next slide, please. So the social factors. Yes, okay, so workforce buy-in is critical. Although formal rules and regulations governing the operation of nuclear facilities are important, they're ineffective without workforce buy-in. Personnel must be willing to follow the letter and the spirit of the rules voluntarily, even in situations where they could get away with breaking them. The safety and security of the nuclear enterprise depends to a considerable degree on these normative and social factors, which can be difficult to understand and to manipulate. More broadly, the nuclear enterprise exists within a social and political context, and public beliefs about the dangers of nuclear facilities, even if unfounded, can severely hamper their operation. Effective communication between the nuclear enterprise and the public is essential. Next slide, please. The nuclear enterprise also exists in an economic context. Nuclear security must be affordable. Failure to design a security system that is not economically viable is failure to design an effective nuclear security system. And then safety and security, although very important, are not infinitely valuable. Marginal safety and security increases may not always justify the resultant financial burdens, the legal conundrums, and the stifled creativity that they may cause. The pursuit of safety and security then must be balanced against other goods that the nuclear enterprise seeks to achieve. Next slide, please. New technological capabilities, such as digitization, can create efficiencies. Great, but they also can generate new categories of risk. And recognizing these risks can take time, which can create windows of vulnerability across the nuclear enterprise. In particular, improving supply chain security is essential. Efforts to secure the nuclear enterprise will be futile if the components on which it is constructed are compromised. Ensuring, therefore, that the component supply chains are secure is essential to avoiding unseen vulnerabilities. Our authors also talked about how sophisticated designs may not yield the best security systems. Multiple rudimentary systems can sometimes generate security more effectively than one exquisite system. Next slide, please. And then sort of the experiential factors that our authors talked about sort of in multiple chapters. The failure can generate lessons, right? Although safety and security failures can be potentially catastrophic, they do provide lessons that can help to avoid similar incidents over the long term. Failures should be discussed as openly as possible and leveraged as learning opportunities. They also talked about how the absence of catastrophe does not mean that the nuclear enterprise is sufficiently safe and secure. Unidentified failures could be occurring at any time, making disaster imminent. So self-evaluation within the enterprise must be rigorous and continuous. And then although the notion of universal best practices for safety and security is attractive, it's not always helpful or appropriate. Approaches that work in one national and regional context may not work elsewhere. So we must take care to differentiate between principles that apply broadly and those that are region or country specific. Next slide, please. These themes suggest a number of opportunities for cooperation and further research. Next slide, please. For example, India and the United States might collaborate on strategies to address shared problems, such as cyber vulnerability, which have become increasingly important as nuclear facilities have become more digitized. We could also work on the need to ensure that sensitive materials are transported safely and securely, which was a topic that appeared in multiple chapters. And then, as mentioned, the need for secure supply chains. Next slide, please. There are also some areas that could be fruitful for further dialogue and research. First, how to develop healthy cultural environments within workforces, which was a common theme in many of the chapters. We could also conduct more joint studies of safety and security failures in particular, learning from each other's mistakes. And then the two countries could explore ways to pool their resources, their capabilities, their knowledge with those of trusted partners across a range of these topics. Above all, expert communities in the United States and India must continue their dialogue on these sensitive issues, sharing wisdom and experience, and as Paul mentioned, building trust. This will not only help to secure their respective nuclear enterprises, but will also enhance the two countries' broader strategic partnership. Next slide, please. So we hope that this volume constitutes a modest step in that direction. So I'll turn it over now to one of our authors, Mr. Anil Kumar, for his remarks. As noted earlier, one of our key topics was physical security. And I will not reintroduce Mr. Kumar, but his essay covers the full range of physical security issues. He's been a longtime participant in our work, and we are very grateful to have him here. So, Mr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies, and police officers. This is a topic which I am going to talk about. Has little concern with the police officers in their normal day-to-day life. Nuclear energy is not new for Rajasthan. Rajasthan has seen almost half century of nuclear power production from Rawalbhata. It is in the southern part of Rajasthan, abutting Madhya, bordering Madhya. So, and Rawalbhata has been a learning seat for nuclear energy maturity in India because during the first two reactors were under construction with the help of Canadian experts. And during that time, at the last moment when almost 98% work was completed, there was Pokhran 1. And then suddenly the Canadian government and they withdrew all their experts and they went to their country without giving the 2% work. And that took that gave us an opportunity for a lot of learning. So we always, in the atomic energy scenario, we always say that Rawalbhata is a big learning seat in nuclear energy experts and nuclear energy technologists. In last 70 years, next slide. Before going into the details of the chapter, I'll just briefly mention our maturity in nuclear technology and nuclear energy. The first research reactor was constructed in 1956. And now we have, in 2021, we have constructed a full 700 megawatt research thermal reactor, which was linked to the grid in 21 and producing full power of 700 megawatts. So from research reactor to thermal reactor, this is a big journey. This is not a small thing we should reckon. Secondly, India has an experience of more than 600 reactor years of safe operations of thermal reactor. There are 42, I'm talking of only indigenous reactors. I'm not talking of imported reactors. So there are 42 occasions where our indigenous reactors have operated more than a year continuously. And there are 4 occasions when our reactor has been operated continuously for more than 2 years without any incident or event. Recently, there was a news in Rajasthan newspaper that Rajasthan Atomic Power Plant 3rd reactor had change of coolant pipe indigenously. You won't understand if I don't mention the saving of foreign exchange. Apart from the experience and expertise in doing that, it was completely indigenous exercise and we have completed in 20 months of cold shutdown and now it has started operating. It is connected with the grid. So it is roughly it has saved $300 million money. So this is the kind of scenario which we are going. We are not very fast. We are not very slow. We are going with our pace and mastering each stage where we are training. Now with this recent green energy concept, you must know that nuclear power is going to be more and more in our country. Recently in budget also, the government has announced different private players to come up for generation of SBMR, PSMR, that is Bharat, a small modular reactor. We call it 220 megawatt reactors. And I hope number of our business houses in private sector will definitely take this opportunity where the thermal reactor production and the engineering will go to some extent in private and also with the collaboration of the government. So this is an area, next slide. This is an area where we have lot of movement of nuclear material, either fuel, fabricated fuel, uranium or plutonium or spent fuel from one place to another. And apart from thermal reactor, there are number of uses of societal uses of radioactive material, which is a byproduct from this thermal reactor. So that is also increasing. Now you are seeing a lot of hospitals coming up with cancer treatment. A lot of radioactive material are used for treatment as well as for diagnostics. So that is one. Then we are also going on large scale on the food preservation, where you don't need to keep the horticulture product in a cold storage. Once you irradiate the product, it will itself like increases manyfold. And if you are going to export to Europe, you have to have a radiated material and certification. Then only you export the horticulture product or spices to Europe. So this is going to increase in a big way. I think government has considered 14 places where these irradiation of food products will be established. So this is a kind of scenario we are going to work in, and in next few years we will see many things. Earlier, the nuclear security used to be considered as one of the secret confidential issues. So normally nowhere you will find in normal domain any material on nuclear security. This is the first time when government has opened up its approach to nuclear security. This is Government of India document. It was published in 2012 and it is available in Google, where Government of India has declared a 5-pronged approach to nuclear security: the governance, institutions, nuclear security practices and culture, technology, and international cooperation. So these are 5 pillars on which you build the nuclear security or security of radioactive material. And I use nuclear means is encompassing the radioactive material. Otherwise, in complete nuclear domain, the nuclear material is different and the radioactive material is different. Next. So the content which I was part of authoring the Indian scenario on physical security of nuclear and radiological material in the storage and transport. So this chapter, where we should know that it is a joint effort of technocrats, technologists, and the guard force, and the procedure for making the security arrangement. So it has different subtopics, the components of physical protection regime and Indian commitment, consideration for designing of PPS. What are the considerations? The basically consideration is deter, detect, defeat, and So these are four considerations of PPS. PPS means Physical Protection System. We call it PPS in common parlance. Nuclear security and physical protection in India. What is an overview? What is happening in India? How we are doing it? Security of radioactive material facilities and transport security of nuclear and radioactive. At this juncture, I just want to mention that different radioactive materials or nuclear materials have different effect on human and environment. So a graded approach has always been taken for designing the security of the material depending on its risk. It is not that everything will be applied in all kinds of radioactive material, and especially the police officers and the people from different academia, they should understand that all the radioactive material or the nuclear material are not so dangerous. They have a grading. So depending on their likelihood of putting the danger, the security should be enhanced. And that is where Diana has already mentioned about the security arrangement should be financially viable. Otherwise, the security cost will be so much that no private entrepreneur or any of the entrepreneur will be able to come up for handling those things. Next. Now, in this subtopic, the nuclear security and physical protection in India, I'll deal in briefly. The historical perspective is first part of nuclear industry, that how we developed, how we are doing it, and how things are being practiced. What are the chances of incident? What has happened in the past? Security architecture in India, general consideration. As we are talking about internal security, we are talking about national security. So, nuclear security is embedded in the national security. Then only it will be effective. They have a national plan for securing things, and there are some duties of the operator to secure at their place of work. Then we have legal framework for nuclear security in India, model layout of physical protection system and security practices, emergency preparedness and response. I did 10 years back, I did one training in with the police force of Rajasthan for a week training for how to deal radiological emergency. Then role of technology in nuclear security. Next slide. So that is what we have covered in this book. And I think in this book, you will find at one place full view of US physical protection system and the Indian physical protection system with on at the level of principles and strategy, basic strategy. So way forward is now we are ushering in the area of SMRs and micro power reactor. Its design, security by design has to be there, otherwise their proliferation at different locations will not survive unless we have a secure. Then adoption of best practices in terms of tackling emerging threats and new types of gadgets. There are every day there are new experiments going on either in security, and challenges are also posing more threat. So we have to be together with that. Then artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is a technology which has recently come up, and we should harness more of it in embedding the physical security and making it less and less human dependent. then explore solutions for improving resilience of physical protection system in extremely unusual situations like pandemics of COVID and war. And lastly, cooperation, regional cooperation in emergency response system, because we need in a bigger emergency, we need large amount of workforce, large amount of machinery, which has to be reused. And no country is willing to spend that much for sporadic use, which is very, most of the time it is not being used, unused for their whole lifespan. So that's all. This is all I think I have mentioned. Thank you so much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. Indeed, it was very insightful, very well summarized by Dr. Paul, Diana, and Mr. Anil. I'm already fascinated to buy the book. You know what I like about this book is the diversity of topics they have covered. At the same time, diversity of authors they have. They have civil servants, they have academicians, and they have military officers who have written the chapters. At the same time, if you noticed, it has 6 different chapters. Each chapter has 2 papers. So one paper is written by an Indian author to provide the perspective of India, and the second paper is written by the group of US authors. So which is unique. I call it one of its kind book. Yeah. So we have another 15 minutes. I have a couple of questions for our panelists here. And towards the end, we'll open the floor if time allows for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yeah. So thank you very much for your patience. I know this is something which is concern for all of us, nuclear safety, security. So be patient for another 15 minutes and I'm going to ask some couple of questions. So my first question to Professor Paul would be, since morning, I have heard the key term from your mouth, from horse's mouth, as Arti said, trust. So to develop trust among India and US, what are the 2 recommendations you would make? Paul can answer, or Diana, or Mr. Anil. Anyone can volunteer for that. Because this is a very, very difficult thing to develop. In behavioral sciences also, we know trust is something very, very, fragile. So what are the 2 recommendations you would make? Okay.
Thanks, it's a great question. As I was saying in my earlier remarks, I think that trust is really the coin of the realm in the relationship, and it's been the thing that slowed us down, but it's also been the thing that's made it possible for us to move forward. Whatever our ideas are, no matter how good they are, we can't pursue them together if we don't trust each other. And when things get a little bumpy, like they inevitably will, trust is what can keep us together and prevents that from setting us back too far. So trust is really important. So I think a couple of things are important. One is to have, to continue pushing forward in areas particularly that were uncomfortable before. One of the things that I think an ancillary benefit of this project, if I could say that, is it's something that has been made possible by trust, but I think as we do more of this, we'll trust each other more. So we're already sort of starting to think as authors, and as we were here for this weekend again, I suspect some of our other conversations are going to be about what's next. What's next? How do we do even more? What are some of the things in here that we can take forward and move the cooperation forward further? And in doing so, help each other trust each other more. So that's one thing. Keep going on these types of things, especially in sensitive areas. Another, I think, though, is to have realistic expectations of each other as well. I think that this is a relationship that's you hear often that is brought together by in 2 countries are brought together by shared norms and values. I think that's true. But there is also a really strong strategic logic to why the 2 countries need to work together. And being realistic about that and not expecting complete convergence on everything all the time is really important. We are not realistic about that, you can actually define yourself into failure. Right? You can set the bar too high and then never get there, and then start saying, oh, it'll never work. So it's a common, I would say, if you want a two-pronged approach, it would be ambition and modesty at the same time.
So that right balance and trade-off is must, absolutely, very well said. So Diana, my next question to you would be, you have it in the book, you have seen the papers, the chapters. What would be one difference and one similarity you see in perspective of US and Indian climate relations?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And I think that's, for me, as I was reading these chapters, it was just very interesting, sort of see the way that context matters, physical context matters, right? So the US, one of the US authors, talks about the Y-12 breach, which was, we had a nun who breached a nuclear reactor site. An 82-year-old nun who breached a reactor site, was not there to, steal anything, was really, it was a protest move, but that's a very different sort of problem or threat, environment than India faces, right? And so, sort of thinking about, what you have the luxury to not worry about and what you don't. And I think the other part, right, is also the sort of availability of technology in the two countries and the financial resources to, how exquisite do you want your system to be? How expensive do you want one system to be? Or do you want to layer this, and how do you sort of do that? I think the similarity was certainly in organizational culture and in the importance of building organizational culture for all kinds of reasons, right? That you want people to feel able to report problems without worrying about their jobs, that they are bought into the project that they are working on, which also then has an effect on whether you decide to correct problem, which is also a recurring topic. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Mindset is one of the most important things. Developing culture among organizations and their people. Thank you, Diana. Mr. Anil, I know you have written a full chapter in this book. So other than your chapter, which is PBS, what's your favorite part?
It is still to come up.
Yes.
Not been accessing all the chapters of other writers. I was concentrating more on there are a number of things like Icisaifp, which is written by somebody. It is also one of my favorite topics. How to deal with that? What is the current practices in so we have in fact stayed very closely during our place of posting at that time. So these are some of the things which is very unique, and it is not everywhere in all the nations. So that is how I think we should go about.
Thank you very much. Though you have not read the whole book, but you were able to answer the question. I'm glad. So my next question is either for Diana, anyone can answer. We all know Japan was hit by tsunami in 2011 in March, and one of the most important nuclear sites was affected. So my question is, what are the lessons learned from this scenario or an incident? And is there anything in the book which talks about overcoming such challenges or natural calamities? Thank you.
I think that insight actually is an undercurrent in the entire book, right? Because part of what makes this so important, and Mr. O'Neill said earlier, nuclear is going to become a bigger part of the energy mix because clean energy is essential. So in India, for instance, it's a small piece, but an important piece, and you're hoping to grow. But why is all this important? Why is it so important that we get the security piece right? Because if there is an accident in experiencing some sort of a mishap, the result of that can be catastrophic, right? Not just the physical catastrophe, catastrophic to the effort to cultivate nuclear power. And Fukushima is an example of that, right? I mean, it created an international sense that nuclear power was perhaps dangerous. There were things that we needed to really worry about. And it was interpreted differently in different countries, but the overall sense was this is a real thing. And the recognition of that is part of what I think motivated this project, is to say we need to figure out ways to try to make it safer, because otherwise, if the public sours on this, right? Nuclear power can become politically unviable, and then we lose an important piece of the clean energy.
For centuries, we taught this.
Yeah, oh, I was just gonna say, in the chapter on emergency response and crisis communications, they talk about the Fukushima experience and sort of the challenge of that you have to be able to respond very quickly and in a sort of coherent, authoritative manner, that everybody sort of needs to know who has the authority on the ground to make certain decisions. And that without that, as Paul mentioned, it can become sort of, the public can kind of spiral out of control without that kind of information, that sort of, clarity, the honesty, this is what we know, this is what we don't. And so they talk a lot about sort of how to think about integrating various organizations, institutions that might be involved in some sort of crisis reaction.
Basically, I'm talking about the Indian context. Post tsunami Fukushima incident, there was also government of India has set up a committee for increasing. So post Fukushima incident, the government of India has also considered constituting a committee to study the safety of our nuclear reactors who are on the seashore, who are likely to get affected sometime and the committee has given a report, and according to that, we have enhanced the safety features in nuclear power reactors who are on the seashore, where tsunami is likely. Like one of the factor is we have constructed a seawall in the sea itself, about 1.5 kilometers away from the reactor in the sea. And we have improved number of safety features, like for in such situation for cooling you need lot of water, and when the tsunami will come there will not be a power. So there are systems who are generator based. Sometimes in tsunami kind of situation, even the generator go down in them. So there are multiple overhead tanks where with a gravitational force the water will come and cool the reactor. So that kind of system was developed. Thank you.
So I'm sure the two big powers are coming together, US and India, and we're talking a lot about both the countries. So without wasting much time, let me ask if anyone has a question in the audience. You're the most important people, so let's hear from you also, Professor Mehta. Switch on the mic, please.
I mean, question here, though it may not be relating to the books, but being the nuclear power experts, you can perhaps respond my question. You know that we are in the threshold of this nuclear war. And besides that, any time some nuclear calamity may also happen in the country. So my question to you is that whether any security agencies, training organizations, security training organizations in the country are conducting training programs, particularly for the masses, that in case of nuclear calamity, what precautions we should take. I think there is a lack of awareness about this perhaps nuclear calamity, how we can save ourselves. There is a need for kind of training programs. So what's your comment about this? That there is a need for training to the masses, particularly in this.
Great question, and anyone can volunteer to answer.
In a reactor situation, we are in a war situation, somebody. First of all, with our neighbors, we have we have exchanged the number of civilian facility and no aggression on the civilian nuclear facility. That agreement we have with Pakistan, and it is being reviewed continuously. Every year it is a list of nuclear facilities are being sent to Pakistan, and their nuclear facilities list will come. Secondly, the nuclear reactor is not going to be a nuclear bomb of Fukushima, of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nuclear reactor is a different construction altogether. There are systems of different security drills. So it is a regular going on exercises. Sometimes we have on-site emergency, sometimes we have off-site. Well, off-site emergency is where the general population gets involved. So every 2 years, every nuclear reactor, villages staying in the 16-kilometer boundary, which is likely to be more affected in case of any extreme accidents, are being trained how to save themselves, how to securely move from them, and every 2 years, the whole exercise, almost 1/4 of the population which is staying in that 16-kilometer area are being moved from one place to a safer place. So this is going on in that area. Apart from that, there are number of trainings going on for security agencies for dealing with the radiological, which is likely, more likely to happen in any normal situation. So that is also there. Then you have website of Department of Atomic Energy. You have emergency preparedness and their NDMA, NDRF, who are having the capability to deal with the nuclear radiological emergency.
That's a great perspective from India. I think the time is up. We are short of time. I would like to thank each panelist. We had a wonderful discussion, an engaging discussion. Thank you to each one of you. And formally, Dr. Arti is here to thank all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the authors and the moderator. So that was indeed a wonderful session where the authors actually talked about what this book is going to serve to the audiences. And as Dr. Jolly Sani said, that we are thrilled and we are waiting for our copy. And soon, I hope soon we'll have this copy in our hand. So once again, congratulations to all the book authors. And your hard work, your dedication is going to be paid off very, very soon. And we all are thrilled about it. Thank you so much once again. And for the formal vote of thanks and to give congratulations to all the authors, I would like to request Dr. Ashok Kumar from Jaipur Vyas University, Jaipur, to come forward and felicitate the author S. Paul Kapoor. But before that, I would like to tell, which I forgot to mention in the morning, Dr. Ashok Kumar ji, that Dr. Ashok Kumar is the Director of Defense and Strategic Studies at Jaipur Vyas University, Jaipur. So, sir, you have come for the perfect occasion as per your position. So, we are so glad to have Dr. Ashok Kumar with us, and I would request Dr. Ashok Kumar ji to please felicitate Dr. S. Paul Kapoor. A great round of applause. Now, I would like to request Professor Anil Mehta, Vice President, Inspira Research Association, and Professor School of Legal Studies, Banascali University, to kindly come forward and felicitate Mr. Anil Kumar. So, Anil sir from Anil sir.
It is so common that I always find
like to request Conference Organizing Secretary and the General Secretary of Inspira Research Association, Professor and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Nirwan University, Jaipur, Professor R.K. Modi, to kindly come forward and felicitate our guest and the author of the book, Ms. Diana Buger. Last but not the least, our moderator, who so effectively asked questions from the authors that everything was made so clear. And we are so thankful to our moderator, Dr. Jolly Sani, and I would request Dr. R.K. Arora, sir, to kindly come forward and felicitate our moderator for today's book release session, Dr. Jolly Sani. Thank you so much to each one of you, to all the authors. Congratulations once again. And thank you so much to the moderator, Dr. Jordan Shan. Thank you. Now we proceed for the lunch. And after the lunch, we'll be here with our technical session one with the chairperson, Professor Anil Mehta, additional chairperson, Dr. Anukrati Sharma and Dr. Ashok Kumar. And our keynote speakers will be joining us online and offline. Thank you so much. Kindly proceed for the lunch. Lunch is at Madhu Sadan. Lunch is at Madhu Sadan, which is just few steps away from this place. And the professional from RTA would definitely know where is the place for others. It's just a few steps away.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
रात में दो भी पूरा उन बजे ये देख तू दो भी पूरा उन
आप लोग प्लीज आगे आ जाइए, ये सारे खड़े हैं। प्लीज थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए, यहाँ रहे ऑनलाइन करते हैं तो क्लास थोड़ी सी अच्छी लगती है। आगे हम आगे आगे इधर आ जाए, सामने इधर पीछे बैठना, तो इधर आ जाए, यहाँ पीछे आ जाए। तू है
एक मिनट मैम आई तो पहले
नहीं, वहाँ पे कोई नहीं है। ओके इंटर्न तो बाहर से अभी वो मुझे बाहर मिली थी टेलीफोन तो कोई भी नहीं है हाँ हाँ
हाइब्रिड में मैम बच्चे आ भी सकते हैं और ऑनलाइन भी जुड़ सकते हैं।
नहीं तो यहाँ पे आके गाड़ी भी करके कोई है नहीं क्लास देखिए शायद आपको कोई असिस्टेंट चाहिए कोई टेक्निकल असिस्टेंट नहीं क्या बैठी है बीच में पुलिस कहीं और इंगेज है वो तो आप मुझे बता
ठीक है मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
एक्चुअली वो इंटेलिजेंस ट्रेनिंग अकेडमी में चली गई ना
दूसरी जगह चली गई वो कितनी दूर है मैम यहाँ से?
खास में
जी जी गलत से गलत फिर गलत हॉल में चली
वो इंटेलिजेंस ट्रेनिंग अकेडमी
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to just begin with our technical session 1. Just 2 to 3 minutes more to start. We'll begin with our technical session 1. As all of you know that this was the first day of, rather this is the first day of 2 days long international conference on India's internal security, artificial intelligence and future perspectives. We had inaugural session in the morning. After that, we had a book launch session. And now we'll be beginning with our technical session 1. The technical session 1 is based on the recent trends and future perspectives in commerce, management, internal security and artificial intelligence. So we'll be beginning in just 2-3 minutes. We'd like to tell you that the chairperson for this session is Professor Anil Mehta, who is the Professor of Management, Department of Legal Studies, Banasthali Vidyapeeth. And the additional chairpersons are Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, and Dr. Ashok Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, J. Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. We'll be soon beginning our technical session. I would also like to tell you that the keynote speakers for today's session are Professor Manvinder Singh Pava, who will join us from Sagar, Madhya Pradesh through Zoom. We have another keynote speaker, Pastor Argulas Jr., who will join us from Philippines through Zoom. We have another eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Gul Erkol Deram, who will join us from Turkey through Zoom. And also we have one more keynote speaker, CA Ms. Harshita Jain, who is going to join us very soon in an offline mode. Sir, shall we begin?
Yes.
Okay. So, post-lunch session of the first day of this 2 days long international conference on India's internal security and artificial intelligence and future perspectives. I welcome all of you in technical session 1. The technical session 1 is based on the recent trends and future perspectives in commerce, management, internal security, and artificial intelligence. I would like to request Professor Anil Mehta, Professor of Management, Department of Legal Studies, Banastali Vidyapeeth, to kindly take over and please come on the dais as the chairperson of the session. A big round of applause for Professor Anil Mehta. I would like to tell you that this particular conference is being on hybrid mode, and people sitting anywhere around the globe are able to watch the live content of this conference. I would like to request Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, to please take her seat on the dais as an additional chairperson of the session. Dr. Anukriti as an additional chairperson. I would now request Dr. Ashok Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Director, Defense and Strategic Studies, Research Center, Jayanarayan Vyas University, Jaipur, Jaipur, and also NCC Captain, Assistant Professor in PG School of Business Administration, Jayanarayan Vyas University, Jaipur, to please join us as an additional chairperson. As I told you, 3 of our keynote speakers, Professor Manvinder Singh Pava, Pastor Argulas Jr., Dr. Gul Erkam Berem, they will join us through Zoom, but we have one keynote speaker who has joined us here in an offline mode. I would like to invite CA Ms. Harshita Jain to kindly come upon the stage and take her place on the dais. A big round of applause for Ms. CA Harshita Jain. A big round of applause for all the guests we have on the dais. We'll start with the felicitation because these guests have agreed to come to our conference, and they have come from different cities to attend this conference, to be a part of this conference. We are so thankful to them. So first of all, I would request Professor Kanguram sir from Jayanarayan Vyas University, Jaipur, to kindly come forward and felicitate the chairperson of the session, Professor Anil Mehta sir. Association to kindly come forward and felicitate our additional chairperson, Dr. Ashok Kumar sir from Jaipur Vyas University, Jaipur. I would request Dr. Lokeshwari ma'am from Department of Sociology, University of Rajasthan to kindly come forward and felicitate our keynote speaker, CA Ms. Harshita Jain. Although it is very difficult to read the bios of all these eminent dignitaries who are sitting with us on the dais, because they are so long that I'll have to take the whole time of the technical session to introduce them. But just to begin with Professor Anil Mehta. Professor Anil Mehta, chairperson of today's session, is the Dean Financial and Commercial Skills, Rajasthan IIT Skill University, Professor of Management at School of Legal Studies, Banasthali University, Banasthali, former Professor and Head, Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, former Director, University 5-year Law College, former Director, Center for Entrepreneurship Development, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Sir, I think more than 36 students. How many students have been awarded PhD under 36? See, I remember the exact figure, although it is not written with me. So 36 students have already been awarded PhD degrees under Sir's able guidance. So I am so happy. We are glad, we are thankful that Sir is chairing the session. So Sir, kindly please take over the session for further proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti, and good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I congratulate the Nirwan University, and of course, powered by my own association, the Inspira, for organizing a conference of a very, very contemporary issue. Because internal security is a matter on which there cannot be any compromise. And so many dimensions are attached with internal security of the country. To broaden the canvas of this conference, other subjects have also been included, including contemporary issues, recent trends in commerce, management, and artificial intelligence. I'm really thankful to the conference additional chairperson, Dr. Anukriti Sharma, who has come all the way from Kota. She's having a global exposure. And in fact, she is a renowned expert in the field of tourism particularly. I'm thankful to Dr. Ashok Kumar also, who is the director of that military defense institute of Jaipur Vyas University, and we are having an expert from the field of finance also, Dr. Ashita. See it, yeah. So here we'll be listening all the additional chairpersons later on, but to begin with, I think we should start with first the keynote speakers first, and after their presentations, we will be listening to the eminent personalities sitting on the dais, and my job as a chairperson will be the last. If time permits, then of course I'll also be sharing my views and will be giving a presentation also.
But certainly my topmost priority would be to give enough time to our paper presenters who have really worked hard and contributed their presentations in the form of papers. And certainly there are few presenters who are with us, but a good number of paper presenters are online also. So we'll try to accommodate each and everyone and will be given enough time. So first of all, I will request Dr. Aarti to announce one by one the keynote speakers for their presentations. And of course, I'm saying that we'll be giving enough time, but you know that there are always time constraints, and as a chairperson, it would be a challenge for me to accommodate each and everyone, but perhaps the keynote speakers would be restricting themselves and maybe giving their presentation within 8 to 10 minutes. So over to Dr. Aarti, inviting our keynote speakers one by one.
Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible with this mic? Okay. So, as I told you, 3 of our keynote speakers have joined us from the different time zones. So first of all, I would like to connect with the speakers who have joined us from out of India because they are joining us from a different time zones. So, first of all, I would like to invite Pastor Argulis Jr. He's the Dean at College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Help System Delta, Philippines. Pastor Argulis Jr. has 24 years of professional experience in academics, 7 years of experience as a software engineering and professional developer, and he's the project coordinator for information technology of the Department of Science and Technology. He is the member of Council of Deans in Information Technology, member of Philippines Computer Society, member of Computing Society, and member of City Information and Communication Technology Council of Bacoor City. He's also the member of Pugar 11 Philippines. We are so fortunate, we are so happy that from Philippines, Pastor Argulis Jr. has joined us. So, sir, we invite you for your keynote address. And looking at the time constraint, as our chairperson said, kindly keep your words within 8 to 10 minutes. We welcome you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ravi Modi, for a very warm welcome and introduction. Well, because of the time of giving me 10 minutes for the presentation, I think what I could present to you has something to do with, just want to shorten the presentation because this presentation has something to do with my research output on artificial intelligence. So I will focus merely on the topic itself. No, it's about soft computing. It's about soft computing. Just inform me if this material is already available on screen. Is it? Okay. I think it is already available in my monitor here. Well, thank you so much again. But of course, I would like to say thank you to Professor Dr. S.S. Modi of Inspira Research Association for his kind invitation to me. And I've been a member, I have a lifetime membership in Inspira for the past, I think, 4 years already, since 2021, if I'm not wrong, 2020. And also with the 3 organizers of this international conference, to Rajasthan Police Academy, the BORDERMAN, the Institute of Border Security Studies in New Delhi, and Nirwan University, Jaipur of Rajasthan. Of course, a pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. And it's already late evening or afternoon here in the Philippines. It's almost evening. So this topic is about soft computing and object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. And definitely this topic has something to do with these outlines, the software engineering process, and of course the topic itself, the research output itself. which is the object detecting CCTV artificial intelligence system. But I will not go with the software engineering process, but merely proceed with the research output that I have here in my presentation. It anchors on the theme of this international conference, and it talks about the object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. So just to give you something of background of this was made and possibly implemented through a research collaboration with different experts in the university, and it focused merely in the benefit of the of course the security department of the institution. Now let me just first discuss on the input process or output of this technology. So this is a camera module. Rather, these researchers use a camera module connected to a Raspberry Pi using this technology, the input, and with a video footage that acts into input to the system. And this device is actually placed in the entrance of the university, and it provides a clear and obstructed view of approaching vehicles. And the process after this is gathered all the footage of the camera will then be sent to the main server. This is the main server or the database server that through a local area network. And the main server itself runs the license plate detection model of the video footage. And this therefore will check the license plates in each frame. So it talks about, when you say license plates, it talks about the vehicle or the car that enters the premise of any university or even the hotel, the mall, the hospitals. And there is also a graphical user interface that displays the license plate whenever it is recognized, either it is scanned or being scanned on the license plate. And then therefore it will determine if the cars are registered or not. And then therefore there are two LED lights or output that has that is actually categorized by a green or a red light. This is the same or similar to the concept of a traffic light, no? And then this is actually being used to determine if they are registered or if the car is registered or not. The other output where, of course, they will notify the security officers using these red lights, as I said, as an indicator that will actually work in the color green that indicates that the detected license plate is actually registered. When you say registered, it means that the information of the vehicle from the license, from the registration of the owner of the vehicle up to the information of the car is actually indicated, whether if it is registered or not. Next is how this is being processed. This is being done using the soft computing approach, using the process of centroid tracking algorithm. So what is this centroid tracking algorithm? It works actually by registering the detected bounding boxes for an object to a list and assigning a unique identification number to them. And then therefore, this actually works on another list that keeps track on the registered bounding boxes, and then so that it can be calculated and in the detections or of the current time. At the same with the researchers worked on the dictionary that actually works on the data structure using Python programming language to accomplish this. And then after this, it is on the third box here, it updated the X and the Y coordinates of the existing boxes. It actually states that of the registered bounding box is updated when a frame is actually processed. And if in this particular fourth box, if a bounding box is not updated in the next frame, therefore its counter in the list of disappeared frames is increased. And after that, a set of amount of frames, it is removed from the list and it is being disregistered. So in other words, this particular algorithm is the one that is being applied in order for the program or for the output of this application system can actually coordinate with the soft computing approach. And then next would be the system configuration of the small-core ALPR system. This technology is actually available in the Philippines, and it is the services or even the technology or even the hardware components are actually being provided by a South Korean company that works on the different applications such as car parks, hospitals, commercial buildings, and even shopping malls. And then on the next slide is that this is exactly the setup of the camera for video recording and detection. This is the vehicle or the car that enters the gate of the university, the hospital, the building, or rather the hotel. And then on this post, initially there is a built-in camera, Raspberry Pi camera, or even here in this fence, so that the license plate or the identification of the car will be initially identified. And then if the car is identified, not registered, automatically this barricade or gate or fence will not go up to enter the vehicle. So therefore, the security officer will actually intervene so that the owner of the car or the driver of the car will be informed that your car is not registered and you need to deregister so that this information will be gathered by the server or the database. And then this LED bulb placement, as I mentioned a while ago, it will actually bump the green light whenever this vehicle is identified as member or even recognized, and automatically this car can enter the premise of the university or the hospital. And whenever it's not recognized, as I said, the car should be able to come across with the parking lot where all these unidentified vehicles should be gathered by this particular information so that they can be able to enter in a smooth way whenever they come to the institution. So this is exactly how the setup camera for video recording and detections are actually being applied. So this is already implemented in the first year in the university. So this is how the camera and the LED light is actually implemented on the design of this particular prototype. This is the Raspberry Pi camera, the other one. And as I said, if it is recognized, it will mark on the green light, while if it is not, definitely it will work on the red light, meaning you have to stop and you cannot enter the premise of the institution. Now, in the output of this, we have 1,007 vehicles that are actually being tested so that we can actually work on the reliability of the object detecting CCTV using the artificial intelligence system with real-time analysis. In our average precision, we gather with the 99.89%, and the precision works with 99%, while the intersection over this union only earns 86.54%. Therefore, this actually shows that the total detection that counts, or number of images detected during the training or pilot test, which the total counting is 1,007 vehicles, it has, as I said, average of 99.89%. So which means that the license detection is highly reliable. So therefore, in this period of implementation, we never had, encountered some error or some difficulty in implementing this technology, and it runs smoothly as far as it is concerned right now. So I think that is for my 10 minutes presentation. If you have some other questions and comments, you can actually, work or communicate using this email appeared on the screen. So again, I am Dr. Pastor Arguelles Jr., Professor 3, and the Dean of the College of Computer Studies of University of Perpetual Health System, Dalta Molino Campus in the Philippines. These are my references for this research study. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. By the way, I also sent this presentation to Dr. Modi for your reference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for quite interesting and quite informative presentation by you. Any questions are there from offline or online? Since then, so next presentation, Dr. Arti, who is the next keynote speaker?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Pastor Adulef, sir, for joining us as the keynote speaker. The next keynote speaker we have is Dr. Ercole Bayram. Dr. Gul Ercole Bayram is currently an associate professor in the School of Tourism and Hotel Management, Department of Tour Guiding, University of Sinop, Turkey. Dr. Ercole Bayram has worked as an internal trainer and teacher in the tour guiding arena. She has been invited for many talks, lectures, panel discussions by various universities like University of Mumbai, India, international multidisciplinary conferences, College for Women, Perad Ground, Jammu, India, international faculty development programs, and many more. I'm inviting now Dr. Gul Ercole Bayram from Turkey to kindly join us as the keynote speaker. Yes, we found her here. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, and merhaba from Turkey. I would like to have a slight revision regarding my department and affiliation. For 1 year before, I assigned to Weinstein, and also my school has been changed with the faculty. So we are welcoming you with one of the leading faculty in Sinop University. And I would like to have my kind regards to my co-chairs and dear participants and all dear members of great event. Before to start my presentation, I would like to my endless gratitude to dear organizing team. I would like to mention about regarding my research interests and also related to conference theme. Security and artificial intelligence in hospitality and tourism industry. My topics is start with the introduction to EL in hospitality industry, and also the some applications in guest services, enhancing security with EL and data protection and privacy, and future trends and consideration. But one of the most challenges, I think, in the tourism industry is understanding the artificial intelligence. Since there is too much issues in these topics, sometimes it can be a little confusing. The definition of EL in hospitality industry is too much important. It refers to the stimulation of human intelligence processed by machines, especially computer systems. In the hospitality industry, EL developing operations by automating tasks and providing personalized service. We have some benefits of EL. These technologies enables hotels and resorts to streamline operations and personalize guest experiences, enhance customer services, and optimize too many processes, ultimately lead to improved efficiency and guest satisfaction. There are too much role of EL in tourism industry. Firstly, we can start with the personalized experiences. After the post-COVID times, we know that many visitors wish to get spatial services, and we can name the personalized experiences. EL algorithms excels in analyzing large data sets and extracting valuable insights, enabling hotels to offer highly personalized recommendations and experiences to their guests. And also, EL impact on operations. By embracing EL technologies, hotels and resorts can optimize various aspects of their operations, from booking process to contactless check-in and thereby enhancing the overall guest experiences and operational efficiency. Guest-centric approach
सुदर्शन ठोके होता माझा डोंगरी संकेत हे नव्हते एकच नाही काढून टाकते सुदर्शन ठोके.
Can I continue? Yes. The first issue is enhancing guest satisfaction. In EL industry, where personalized experiences is key, EL offers a myriad of opportunities to enhance guest satisfaction and streamline operations, leading to improved customer loyalty and positive review. And also, we have some case study, which I want to show you. EL-powered chatbots can provide instant responses and to the guest queries, ensuring round-the-clock support and enhancing the overall guest experiences. Besides some beneficials and also opportunities, we have some ethical concerns. Firstly, sometimes it can be difficult to balance automation and human touch. While EL brings numerous benefits, it is essential to maintain a balance between automation and the human touch to ensure the guests feel valued and cared for during their stay. Within the context of educational perspective, understanding the ethical implications of EL in hospitality is crucial for students and future industry professionals to navigate the evolving landscape of technology and guest interactions. We have some applications in guest services. Firstly, personalized services and personalized recommendations. Leveraging data insights composed of some EL technologies enables hotels to analyze guest preferences and behaviors. They allow for delivery of personalized recommendations. For example, maybe guests wish to know good places for cooking and dining and some activities in their holiday, and also there are many places in local attractions but guests don't know any idea. EL can help all issues and all process during their holiday, and by providing tailored suggestions, hotels can enhance the overall guest experience and leading to higher satisfaction and likelihood of return visits. Also, there are too many chatbots and virtual assistants when you enter some tour guiding system, travel agencies, hotels, and I can have too much example regarding this. There are guest supports on some web pages from hotel and also other EL-powered chatbots and virtual assistants can provide instant responses to guest inquiries, offering round-the-clock support and enhancing operational efficiency. For instance, chatbots can assist guests with common queries such as room service guests, local area information, booking modification, and freeing up the staff to focus on more complex guest needs. And predictive analytics for guest preferences, it is possible and it can lead to more guests to attract our hotels and our tourism management. And this means that if we want to gain niche markets with a more gain, we need to predict before guests buy to our product. Anticipating guest needs, EL-driven predictive analytics can participate guest preferences based on historical data, enabling hotels to productively meet guest needs and enhance their overall experiences. Understanding the role of predictive analytics in guest services provides students with insights into the practical applications of EL in delivering exceptional customer experiences. The virtual reality experiences provide us immersive guest engagement. EL and VR technologies can create immersive experiences for guests, allowing them to virtually explore hotel amenities, local attractions, and room options before they buy the hotel. And exploring the intersection of EL and VR in guest services, it provides students with insights into innovative approach. And EL-powered surveillance systems, guest safety and security. EL can help hotels protect guest data and enhance security through advanced surveillance systems that can predict and prevent some activities and ensure the safety of guests and premises. Understanding the role of EL in guest safety and security provides students with insights into the practical applications of technology in ensuring a secure hospitality environment. We have some trade detection and prevention. EL algorithms can analyze patterns and detect potential security threats, enabling hotels to take proactive measures to prevent security breaches and ensure the safety of guests and staff. For example, EL power systems can identify anomalies in guest behavior, and it can be alert security personnel to potential risk, enhancing overall security product. Contactless security measures can enable the implementation of contactless measures such as facial recognition, touchless access control systems, reducing the need for physical touch points and enhancing guest safety. Exploring the EL in contactless security measure provides students with insights into the evolving landscape of security technologies. We can adapt security protocols with dynamic threat response. EL-driven security systems can adapt to evolving threats and vulnerabilities, and also it can have some benefits to educational value. Ensuring data privacy play a crucial role in EL technologies, ensuring compliance with privacy regulations and maintaining the confidentiality of sensitive information. And compliance and ethical use of data can be a big issue for us. EL system in hospitality must adhere to data protection regulations and ethical guidelines to ensure that guest data is used responsibly and transparently. Exploring the compliance of ethical considerations is too much importance for many educators. And cybersecurity challenges in hospitality industry comes with data breach, legacy systems, Wi-Fi risk, and third-party threats. And we can prevent data breach with EL technologies since it can bolster cybersecurity measures, helping hotels implement best practices to prevent data breach and protect guest information from unauthorized access. And ethical data practices can provide EL technologies more responsible and more security. We have some future trends of security in EL. For example, all issues we can add sustainability term. EL technologies can contribute to sustainability efforts in hospitality by optimizing energy use, waste management, and operational efficiency. And ethical EL development, the feature of tourism. Future considerations for EL in hospitality include development of ethical EL systems. And we wish to continuous improvements in the feature of EL. It will focus on further enhancing guest experiences through innovative applications of technology such as EL-driven concierge and services personalized wellness program. And finally, I would like to focus on student engagement and EL. We have some learning opportunities since educators can leverage EL technologies to enhance student engagement and learning experiences, providing students with practical exposure to EL applications in the hospitality industry. Thank you so much for listening to me. If you have any question and if you have any research and if you have contact with me, please contact with my email as you on my presentation and my social media. I hope you like my presentation. Thank you so much again.
Indeed, an excellent presentation by you, and your presentation was quite comprehensive, and almost all the aspects of AI in the context of tourism industry you have covered. You have very well elaborated that how AI can help in improving the efficiency in tourism industry. And in the second part, you have talked about the security aspect also. And in between the slides, somewhere you have rightly mentioned that there is a need to balance the human touch and the technology. That is a very, very important aspect. Of course, AI can improve the efficiency in tourism industry, but simultaneously, AI cannot substitute the human touch, the personalized services that is given. So it was indeed a wonderful presentation, and I'm quite sure that Dr. Anukrati would like to just give a comment about this particular, since it is her domain.
Am I audible? Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Gul for such a nice presentation. And you very rightly said, Dr. Gul, that for the service industry, whether it is tourism or hospitality, we really need customer loyalty. And to get that, definitely we need to make the services these days very personalized. Secondly, you have said about the uses of chatbots and the securities for the customer of the guest. It is a complete presentation on the combination of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, how we can use these two technologies in tourism industry or in the hotels. So with this notes, because we are short in time, I don't want to comment much because Professor Nirwan already said so much about it. Thank you so very much to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Aarti, please invite the next keynote speaker.
Thank you, sir. And thank you so much to eminent personalities from the field of tourism. As Professor Mehta rightly said, we have Dr. Anukrati Sharma ma'am with us, and Dr. Gul joined us from Turkey. They both are the eminent personalities in the field of tourism. So it was a pleasure listening to Dr. Gul. Now, moving ahead, our next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Manvinder Singh Pava. Professor Manvinder Singh Pava, who is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, is an eminent academician with a rich experience of 21 years, which is a rare blend of academia, industry, corporate consultancy, and research. Besides his graduation, post-graduation, and PhD, he is a qualified company secretary and also attained gold medal in LLM MBA. Dr. Pava has delivered more than 100 special courses and faculty development programs for a number of government and private institutions, including AICTE, ICSSR, UGC, HRDC, refresher and orientation courses throughout the country. He has participated in numerous national and international conferences. We are so fortunate to have Professor Manvinder Singh Pava from the Department of Commerce, Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, a Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh with us. We welcome you, Professor Pava.
Thank you, Aarti, for welcoming me. And with permission of Honorable Chairperson, Professor Anil Mehta, sir, should I start?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And how much time do I have, sir?
Dr. Pava, Of course, we know that you can speak on any subject for hours, but because of the time constraints, may I humbly request you to just confine the presentation for 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll try my level best to just consolidate it as much as possible, as I worked something on the AI security also, because the topic is quite so well relevant. And on the dais, Dr. Anukriti, Dr. Ashok, and our, I think, uh, uh, one of the chartered accountant, Neha, I suppose. Okay, great. So thank you. And so let me just begin with my presentation. Thank you so much. Without taking much time, I will directly come on that. Just a moment. I hope the screen is presented full on the required space. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is, yeah, thank you so much. So this is particularly an international conference, and today I would be talking somewhat about artificial intelligence, its application in business, and security issues. Actually, we all know about what artificial intelligence is. Still, what actually artificial intelligence is and what AI works through, I will just go through that quickly, and we'll just come to the point immediately. So artificial and intelligence, it's just a combination of two words. So what actually is intelligence? Because what artificial is, we know very well. So what actually intelligence is that it refers to our ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. In context of this AI, the intelligent refers to a capacity of a machine, because we are enabling a machine or a computer system to perform the task which is typically required by a human being, or you can say certain cognitive functions, such as you can say learning or listening or problem solving, perception, suppose language understanding, something like that. So that's what we try to enable a system. So it aims to replicate, or you can say stimulate, the human intelligence in machines. So it actually enables the data and make the decisions which adapt to the situations without actually coming on explicitly coming on the programming of each circumstances again and again. So that's why it is called intelligence, because we need not to do many things again and again and always. And what is artificial and in this intelligence is that in AI, the artificial refers to the human created, or you can say the machine generated nature of the intelligence. That's why it is called artificial, and that's why it is so called as artificial intelligence. So artificial actually signifies that the intelligence is not actually inherently occurring in the machines, or you can say. So we have to train the machines in order to come up to the level which we want them to, deliver. So accordingly, so this is what actually artificial intelligence is, or you can say we can have certain examples in our daily life we have been using, and sometimes we even do not know that this is something happening with our artificial intelligence itself. So artificial intelligence, it has become integrated part of our daily life, and you can say there are various things. You might have gone through this virtual assistants like very famous Siri and Google Assistant, Alexa particularly, which is given by Amazon. So it utilizes AI to understand and respond to the voice commands. So provide information, whatever is required, and it delivers accordingly. Sometimes if you have that screen with you, so it will just start speaking, or it will start delivering that particular video which you have asked for from the various data which it has. So it is about virtual assistants. There are personalized recommendations also which can be done through the artificial intelligence, like Netflix is using, Amazon is using, Spotify. They use the algorithm to analyze the behavior of the behavior of the customer or behavior of the client. Particularly, I would say in the computer language, it is called that whatever the preference of the clients are on the basis of the data what they have already been accessing. So they try to recommend certain things, some new movies according to your likings, some new products what you like or what you have been purchasing. So this is something which is related to the past purchases which has been. Again, here comes the data which is more prevalent. So specifically, if you go with the smartphones and the cameras, AI is employed in the smartphone and cameras to enhance the photo quality. And sometimes it actually tells you that some people are not smiling. So you can make them smile and take a good photo. So it itself understands what the smile is. So it has been trained. Again, some data has been behind in order to train it whether whether certain thing is what is smiling and what is crying. So navigation apps are there like Google Maps. This is and the Waze. Actually, it is utilize AI to analyze the real-time traffic. Sometimes we are stuck in the traffic, and on the basis of the satellite, it actually detects that there is something is not moving on some of the tracks, and accordingly it makes it red and tells us that there is some blockages in the traffic in the line where you are traveling particularly. So this is again happens through the AI itself, and you might be aware of this email filtering with the use of AI, such like the Gmail uses this machine learning algorithm in order to filter email into primary, social, and the promotional tabs. So we have 3 tabs now. So all the emails which are coming accordingly are bifurcated into 3. So you can even increase it to more if you try to train it. That's, for example, I have created one banking tab over there. So if something comes from my bank, it directly goes over there, because any transaction which we do, it is now these days it is associated with our emails, and the messages also comes up. So while email is coming, we also need those things to be kept. But again, this actually hampers our process of searching the primary tab. So you can create a separate tab, and whatsoever email is coming from the bank, it will directly go. So this is something which is related to email filtering. Online customer support is there. Many websites which are AI powered chatbots. Just now it was being talked about Professor Beraham that the chatbots are being used in the business in order to go with. Next is you can say the language translation. So language translation again is playing a very important role. While whatever you say, it actually learns that how to translate and gives you the solution as such. So these all are the various types of you can say AI which is being used in the business in the various places. May it be because we have tourism experts over here. So may it be tourism, may it be education, which has recently become a business in the recent part. It is itself is an industry now. So education or tourism, or you can say finance or accounting or marketing, or may it be the functional track or may it be any track. So it is being used everywhere. Now, what the thing is more important over here are the 2 things. That how this artificial intelligence actually works. So I just talked about 2 things, that one is data and another is algorithm. So artificial intelligence actually is a system which actually works on these 2 important things. So first of all, what happens is that a massive amount of data is collected and applied to a mathematical model, or you can say these mathematical models are called algorithms. which use the information to recognize the pattern and make the predictions. And this process is called as a training, means we are training a machine particularly on this. So AI system works by ingesting a large amount of labeled training data, analyzing that data for correlations and the patterns, and using these patterns to make the predictions about the future states of the business. For example, in a virtual classroom, AI actually supports the real-time feedback from the students, and it enhances the interaction, and it fosters the online learning. AI helps actually the tailor learning experiences to the individual students by adjusting the material according to their need. Their progress is monitored accordingly, and they are assisted with certain things which they might be needing at that particular time of point of time when they are actually, using that particular learning system. So it can create new content, or it can create some practice problems. It can give you some videos which can be aligned with the curriculum. So AI actually adapts a progressive learning algorithm to let the particular student learn about the things in its own ways. And particularly if we talk about the system of AI, particularly if we see, so it is into three parts. I would say it is that there are the three stages, and where we are presently is at the second stage itself, but the third stage is yet to come. Narrow AI is there, general AI is there, or you can say the super intelligence AI is the last and the third stage. But as just now told by our Professor Anil Mehta sir, there are certain ethical constraints also. Here are the ethical consideration, particularly when we are using the AI technologies. Means when we are advancing that, at what time, means there has to be some human factor involved. Because if everything is completely online, or you can say virtual, the human factor actually lost its place. And we are the humans, we are made for a human touch, a human, you can say, a feeling which we have, which a machine cannot generate. So this is something which has to be there. And if we talk about the future particularly of AI is rapidly evolving with the ongoing advancements in the machine learning, deep learning. There are neural networks, there are NLPs which are coming on the basis of all these things. And the future actually holds a very good promise to integrate the AI into various aspects in our life, like you can say healthcare, education, we are already there, entertainment and transportation. There will be, there will be combinations of all these things when we will be proceeding. So when we talk about the security issues in AI, particularly, we will see that there are three pillars, particularly. One is that AI data security. Second is your secure model development, and next is your secure model operations, particularly. So when we are talking about data security, or you can say machine learning or the deep learning, it actually requires a lot of variables, and there are vetted data sets for modeling, the training, validation, and the retraining again. Because again, when the errors comes up, then again we have to retrain the machine. So this.
May I request you to please wind up your presentation, because that not many presenters are online, and
okay, sir. Actually, what the thing is, you told me to just have a 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes are not yet over, but still, as you say, okay, fine. No issue, sir. What I will do is I will just conclude it, because I prepared some of the security issues, which was the key point today. And I wanted to talk about some data drifts also, which actually happens when we train the system as an AI. But in a conclusion, what we can say is that this particularly, because when we talk about AI, it's not all a good picture all about. There are certain, you can say, certain bottlenecks particularly, or there are certain limitations on which AI actually is working. So AI application security hinges on the business's ability to apply strong data management governance, secure application development principles, and robust security controls for the deployed projects. Now, by addressing security at these three levels, which I wanted to develop, that is on the data deployment and development and deployment. So there are three stages, rather, or the three phases. One is data, another is development, and another and the operation, which is called, that is what we call about the deployment. So one can minimize the risk of dealing with both at the current and the emerging threats, and we use the appropriate security preservation techniques at the various levels, because I wanted to discuss those levels, but because of the time constraint, I will not be able to. Anyways, so we have to be diligent about the AI development toolkit complete, and the system architecture to prevent the accumulation or the technical debt, and specifically the proliferation of data in the various risk environments. So this is what I could present today, and thank you so much, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to present in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bawa. Indeed, it was a very lively and very interesting presentation, and particularly you have touched that how AI can be effectively used in our daily life. And certainly, if AI is used as an aid, then certainly we can take not many decisions, perhaps appropriately, and whether it is a language translation or whether it is taking other decision. There are a number of AI tools that are available for that. In the second part, you have very aptly touched about the security issue also. So as I was mentioning that I know that you can speak for hours, and it was a really, really very good presentation. We wish we would have heard you more about it. But since there are always constraints in time in every conference session, so I'm compelled to wind up your presentation a bit early. So pardon me for that. Now, Dr. First to call upon the names of the presenters from BORDERMAN, and again, my humble request to all the presenters to be very crisp and precise in their presentation and confine the presentation for maximum 3 to 4 minutes, so that we can wind up the session in time. Because still we are having one Q&A speaker offline with us, and then 2 additional chairperson. Of course, as already mentioned that I may not speak at the end because of the time constraint. I'll just see, but certainly I would like to give time to my additional chairperson also. So with a humble request to just confine a presentation to the key points of your presentation, because I know that within 3-4 minutes you cannot present the entire paper. Go to Dr. Aarti. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I request every presenter, those who are ready with their presentations, kindly keep your videos on so that I can unmute you to give you the chance. And as the Professor Mehta said, you have 3 minutes to conclude your presentation. And please, kindly, please write your registered number so that I can recognize you, because some of them written their mobile number, and so I can't, can't announce your name. So the first participant, Mr. Kakade Sandeep, please unmute. Please unmute. If you are ready with your presentation, Mr. Sandeep. Mr. Sandeep, if you are ready with your presentation, please unmute. Mr. Saurabh Kumar. Mr. Saurabh Kumar. Is there anyone who is interested to the presentation?
Hello.
Yes, please, ma'am. Please, can you tell me your, yes, please tell me your name.
Dr. Priya Kumari.
Okay.
Sir, can we go for the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell me your serial number?
Serial number 2, sir. Second.
Second. Okay.
Sir.
Yes, yes, you can start, ma'am.
Yeah.
You start, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Priya Kumari SV from SDM College, Autonomous Ujre from Karnataka. The title of our paper is Empowering Women, Strengthening Communities, Financial Literacy Among Rural Muslim Women in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. Financial literacy isn't just know your finance. It's about applying the knowledge to your everyday life to manage your finance effectively. The digital revolution has transformed the financial sector, creating an opportunity and challenge for financial inclusion, particularly for rural population. Financial literacy helps common man to understand financial position and assist them to make proper use of various products and services offered by financial sector, thereby making the financial inclusion possible. Here are some literature review of the study, and through the literature review, we have find that there are many studies which has happened regarding financial literacy, but there is a research gap of the particular topic which we have taken related to Muslim women in the rural area in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. With this gap, we have framed the objective of the primary objective of this research is to assess the current level of financial literacy among rural Muslim women in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka, with a sub-objective of to study the demographical profile of the respondents to assess and determine the factors promoting financial behavior among the respondents. The scope of the study specifies that the relevance is to the socio-economic context of Dakshin Kannada, where Muslim women often faces intersecting challenges related to gender inequality, limited education opportunity, and restricted access to financial resources. Empowering these women with financial literacy can lead to greater economic independence, improved decision-making capabilities, and enhanced well-being for themselves and their family. Further, by focusing on rural Muslim women especially, this study addresses a segment of population that have been historically marginalized and underserved in terms of financial education initiatives. Therefore, the finding of this research are expected to not only contribute to the academic literature on financial literacy, but also inform policy and practice aimed to promoting gender equality and community development in similar rural setting worldwide. The research methodology, the research approach specifies to understand the financial literacy among rural Muslim women in Dakshina Kannada, and it helps enhancing financial literacy among women, can empower them to make informed financial decision, improve their livelihood, and contribute to the overall development of the community. Thus, the study aims to investigate the level of literacy among the rural Muslim women in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. The respondents for this study are the rural Muslim women from Dakshina Kannada, Karnataka. So sample size, we have taken purposive sample to collect the data, and a number of 210 respondents were selected for as the respondent for this study. The data is being collected using both the primary and secondary data. The primary data is collected from 210 respondents, and responses were being collected through a well-structured questionnaire. The study focused only on Dakshina Kannada district, and the secondary data has been collected through various secondary sources which is available. Both the quantitative and qualitative approach have been used for the study.
Myself, Ms. Supriya. So I will be presenting the data analysis part of our research. So here the graphs represents the demographic profile of our respondents. So we have conducted Fisher's exact test to check the association between various demographical factors of the respondents with the monthly saving habit of the respondent. So here we observe that the p-value is less than 0.05, from which we can conclude that there is an association between the age and monthly saving habit of the respondents. Similarly, here in this particular test, we observe that the p-value is more, and hence we can conclude that there is no association between the educational qualification and monthly saving habit of the respondents. Here the p-value is very less, from which we can conclude that there is an association between the occupation and monthly saving habit of the respondents. Here, once again, the p-value is very less, from which we can conclude that there is an association between the marital status and the monthly saving habit of the respondents.
And conclusion your findings, because this part will be quite extensive and exhaustive. So just tell us about the inferences or the conclusions that you have drawn out of this.
So the finding of the study specifies that the test which we have conducted, which shows that the fact which reflects that this factors plays a vital role in promoting the financial behavior, the demographical factor and the saving habit. The study reveals that there is no association between education qualification, which we can say that education is not mandatory for bringing financial literacy. And our one sample test proportion specifies that majority of the respondents are financially literate, which specifies that the financial literacy program in Dakshina Kannada district is working very effectively. So the two sample test specifies that both homemaker and employed respondents having a habit of saving, which reflect that financial behavior can be encouraged irrespective of occupation status of the respondents. The result of logistic regression model shows that respondents' education qualification, marital status, size of the family are significantly contributing toward promoting the respondents to have saving. And again, the results specifies that education qualification, occupations, size of the family, income are significantly contributing towards promoting the respondents to have a investment habit. Here we conclude the study. The study aimed to assess the financial literacy level of rural Muslim women in Dakshina Kannada district and understand its impact of their financial behavior. The finding reveals that a complex interplay of factors influencing financial literacy and subsequent saving and investment habit. The study findings highlights the potential of financial literacy program to empower rural Muslim women by addressing the specific need of different demographical group and leveraging existing strength. Targeted interventions can be designed to enhance financial inclusion and improve the overall economic well-being of the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Sandeep, please unmute. You can start your presentation. Mr. Sandeep.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please start. Mr. Sandeep, 19, serial number 19. Yes, please start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Myself, Mr. Sandeep Kishan Rao Kakade, research scholar from the Nirwan University. And here I am going to present the paper on sub-6 5G network, design of button mushroom MIMO antenna and its investigation. The contents of the today's presentation are these one. The first point is motivation and last point is the conclusion. So due to the very short time period, I am going to directly move towards the motivation. As already we know that near about the 60 to 70% Indian peoples are holding one device in their hand. And probably we are saying that this is the mobile phone or somebody says that this is the smartphone. Near about the 80 to 90% peoples from the age group of 20 to 35 are more familiar with the 4G wireless communication technology. Recently, the government of India launches the 5G wireless communication technology in some particular cities, as well as nowadays we are very much enjoying the 5G wireless technology. The 5G wireless technology have the several advantages over the 4G wireless communication technology. The 5G offers the seamless coverage, low latency, and it offers the reliable communication, as well as the major advantage of the 5G wireless communication technology is the high data rate. The 5G wireless communication technology offers the three different type of efficiency, such as the network efficiency, energy efficiency, and spectral efficiency. One more point I have to highlight here, everyone is familiar with the traditional television. If the televisions are connected to the internet, then these televisions becomes the smart, and we are saying that these are the smart TV. Another example for that, the everyone is familiar with the traditional watch, and now these watch becomes the smartwatch. So as the number of devices increases day by day, as well as the number of customers and users increases day by day, therefore there will be the congestion and interference occurs in the network, which offers the high lead of latency. First of all, I have to clear that latency is nothing but it is the response time between the transmitter and receiver. Due to as the number of users as well as the number of home appliances are connected to the internet, there will be the congestion. Therefore, there is the need to design an antenna with a multi-band functionality to provide the various frequency bands and demands to such smart devices. Now, next one is that the introduction, as already I covered this introduction in that one. And now we move towards the evolution of the different generation of the wireless communication technology. The first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth, and now we are in a fifth generation. The first generation of mobile phone was announced in 1980 with a data rate of 2.4 kbps, whereas the second generation mobile phone was introduced in the 1990 using the device, using the digital technology such as the GSM and CDMA technology. The third generation wireless communication technology was introduced in the late 2000 with a transmission rate of 2 Mbps. Now, fourth generation wireless communication technology offers the some major advantages such as the offering the voice as well as the data, multimedia services, digital video broadcasting, MMS, and the high definition televisions. Now we are in a fifth generation wireless communication technology. And
because of the time constraint again.
yes, next one is the comparison between the 3G, 4G, and 5G. Here I mentioned the 7 different comparison points between the 3G, 4G, and 5G. Out of that 7 points, here, due to the time, we are discussing the second, third, and fourth parameters or particulars. First point is the bandwidth. If we see the comparison table between the third and fourth and fifth generation, the bandwidth offers the 2 Mbps in the third generation, and it is the 100 times greater than 3G in case of the 4G. And the bandwidth offered by the 5G wireless communication technology is the 5 to 10 times greater than the 4G.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello.
Next participant, please keep your video on. And once again, I am reminding you that you have only 2 to 3 minutes to conclude your presentation. Yes, again, we are requesting that please confine your presentation to only 2 to 3 minutes because of the time constraint. No, Mr. Sandeep, you have done your presentation. You have done.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
In that presentation, don't worry. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next presentation, please, Dr. Ravi, announcement.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity to express my.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bhavna Kumar, please unmute. Bhavna Kumar, Jamini Sudaria. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. I am present. Good afternoon, sir. Myself Jaimini Sutaria from CAM University, research scholar of CAM University. My topic is my research paper topic is the study on impact of microfinance on socio-economic profile of rural poor people.
Going to share your presentation?
Okay, what is microfinance?
Please, my request is that
Slide is visible.
just confine the presentation to the major findings and the conclusions, because everybody knows what is microfinance, what is significant objectives. So you may skip that part. Whatever is said.
Findings of my study is occupation profile shown good in the rural to poor people of after joining SSG, and the housing condition also improved after joining SSG. The least awareness about the government program is shown of poor people. Also, the living standard of the rural poor people is improved after joining the SSG, and also they have good habit of saving shown after joining SSG.
Thank you so much. I think she has done.
Yes.
Yes, she has done. Thank you. Thank
Now,
you.
next presentation, please.
Yeah, Miss Lissy Philip, please mute. Lissy Philip. Yeah, please unmute. Lissy Philip, if you are ready with your presentation, please unmute. Yeah, who is she? She has. Please unmute, ma'am. Edwin. Please unmute. Those who want to give the presentation, please start your video. Otherwise, I can't recognize you. Yes. Is there anyone who want to give presentation? Please switch on your video and then start your presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, please tell your serial number and your name.
My name is Ibra Farga and my serial number is 23.
Okay, please start.
Okay. One. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Okay. So, hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibra Farga, and I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Healthcare and Hospital Management, Jamia Hamdard. The topic today that I'll be presenting is the unseen struggle, navigating pregnancy expectations for faculty mothers in academia. So to introduce this topic, our study examines the female faculty members' experiences of pregnancy and pregnant embodiment in academia. Pregnancy can be an anomaly in the university setting where the division between work and family, mind and body is the norm. And our study calls for more research on how academic workplaces respond to the embodied realities brought about by the changing sex composition of university faculty. So this is our theoretical framework. The ideal worker norm posits that employees are expected to prioritize work over all other aspects of life, often embodied by an able-bodied male figure. And this norm deeply ingrains the academic culture where a male professor's life course serves as the standard, marginalizing the experiences of female faculty, particularly those who are pregnant. Then there's another theory that we could identify through our literature review, which is the gendered organization theory that examines how workplaces are structured around masculine ideals, affecting the roles and perception of women in academia. This theory illustrates the persistent division between productive work, which is like the university work, and then reproductive tasks, which are the family tasks. That often devalue a women's embodied experiences and reinforcing gender inequalities in the university ecosystem. Then the study also emphasizes the significance of embodied experience in shaping professional identities. Pregnant faculty members navigate a complex landscape where their physical changes challenge the disembodied ideal of the academic worker. Then all this can lead to a negative career outcome for the pregnant faculty, as their bodies are perceived as incompatible with the expectations of rational, disembodied academic work. Now, the methodology that we used in our study is that we conducted some semi-structured interviews with 32 faculty members who are mothers from 10 academic institutions in our New Delhi metropolitan area. After these interviews, most of them were conducted through phones, and we introduced a snowball sampling technique. And most of the interviews lasted 30 to 40 minutes, some of them 20 minutes. After we collected our data, we had done a thematic analysis where we coded our data, and then we could identify certain themes in our interviews. So the findings of our study could identify three major themes of these academic workers. So the first theme that we could identify was when to announce pregnancy. So these academic members, they used to do a careful planning around when to disclose pregnancy to avoid negative career outcomes. Then there was a pressure to conceal pregnancy early on to maintain professional image. Then the second very prominent theme that we could identify is that managing pregnant body at work. Physiological changes like nausea, weight gain, leakages disrupt the presentation of a productive academic self, and women engage in supra-performance by working extra hours to overcome perceptions of incompetence. The third theme that we could identify is that colleagues and students' responses. So the pregnant bodies trigger stereotypes of low competence and low commitment to the work. Then noticeably, pregnant women are seen as unfit for rational academic work, and interactions require careful negotiation of professional and maternal identities. So concluding my presentation, I would like to say that the experiences of these 32 faculty members illustrate how pregnancy is perceived as an anomaly that in this culture of university ecosystem that prioritizes rationality and disembodiment. And the pregnant body becomes a visible reminder of femininity, which contrasts sharply with the expectations of the ideal academic worker norms. Then the strategic management of pregnancy, wherein faculty mothers often navigate complex decisions regarding when to announce their pregnancy, how to manage their physical changes in this professional setting of the university. Then all this careful management reflects the pressure to conform to the workplace norms that devalue maternal roles and prioritize productivity. Then the responses from colleagues and students definitely that this study does reveal that the presence of a pregnant body can trigger stereotypes and biases, leading to perceptions of reduced competence and commitment. And this dynamic complicates the professional identities of pregnant faculty, forcing them to negotiate their roles as both academics and mothers. Then the study also emphasizes the need for more research on how academic institutions can adapt to the embodied realities of the faculty mothers. And as demographic composition of the university faculty evolves, it is crucial to challenge the traditional norms that marginalize the women's experiences and to develop policy.
Thank you so much, Inspira. Thank you. Sir, we can, Professor Mehta, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, can we take one keynote speaker and then we have to, we have to take a tea break.
Okay, certainly.
So can we take Dr. Ashok or CA Harshita? That is,
we can take Ashita first.
Okay.
And with the request to Ashita also to just confine the presentation to 6 minutes.
Sir, before we invite CA Harshita Jain, I would like to give a brief about her. CA Harshita Jain is a distinguished chartered accountant who has been making significant strides in financial industry since her qualification in 2019. She began her career in a treasury role at Tata Power, where she managed complex financial operations and now she excels as a senior executive at NAB Fund Accounting, specializing in hedge fund accounting and administration. Her corporate experience spans 5 years, during which she has honed her skills and expertise, making her a respected professional in her field of finance. So I would like to invite CA Harshita Jain as a keynote speaker. Presentation? Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you, and I'm glad to be here. My topic is women entrepreneurship and innovation. So, am I audible? So my topic is women entrepreneurship and innovation. So according to me, women entrepreneurship is not just about business, it is about the journey of women who has transformed the challenges into opportunities. So women entrepreneurship, I think it itself has a problem because we are not talking about entrepreneurship, rather we are talking about women entrepreneurship. It itself signifies that there are challenges and barriers that women face in the field of business. Being a CA, I generally get a lot of opportunity to meet women who are successful in their business career. According to the 6th Economic Census of India, almost 15% of the total entrepreneurs in the India are women. But unfortunately, success rate of women is less as compared to men. As per the survey, it is around 30%. You must be thinking that 30% is quite a low number, but it is not. Because considering the problems the women face, in that consideration, 30% is quite a good number and it is increasing at a great pace. And if we talk about globally, then as per the GEM report in 2021-22, almost 35% of total entrepreneurs, women are constituting 35% of women entrepreneurship. And but unfortunately, just 2.3% of women entrepreneurs is able to secure the venture capitalist funding. Now, if we move forward to the history, previously women were not confined to their homes. They were active in the ancient times. Women were actively participating in the agriculture, pottery, handicraft services, and many other activities. But during the medieval period, the scenario has changed, and if we consider why it has been changed, then first of all, as you know that there was a quota system where the women were supposed to be in the way, and because of that, the women mobility has been constrained. You cannot go outside because it's not safe. Secondly, when foreign invaders come to India, specifically the Muslims, they brought their own culture, and in their culture, the women have more restrictions. And thirdly, there was a patriarchal society norms where you are a woman, you need to be at home, you're a wife, you're a daughter, you are not supposed to go outside and earn money. You have to stay at home and take care of the family. You're a house lady. And another one was lack of education. Obviously, there was no equal opportunity given to the women to learn new skills and educate themselves. Okay. Shakuntala Devi, there was a picture of Shakuntala Devi. Yeah. So she was a remarkable lady. Previously, it was known that maths is only for boys, not for girls. But she has broken that stereotypes. And everybody knows that she has done the 8th Guinness World Record by multiplying 13 characters into 13 characters in 28 seconds precisely. Besides that, she was know that she was a very good businesswoman also. She has various sources of income like books and publications, media appearance, educational workshop, and demonstration of her talent like magic shows. So my second part of presentation is innovation. So generally, innovation seems to be like a very technical topic that you have to invent something like a Thomas Alva Edison. It's not like that. Innovation, obviously, it includes that introducing something new, but it also includes that if there's an existing process or service or product, if you improvise it, if you can improve the efficiency, then also it converts under the innovation category. So here are some examples. Can you please move forward?
So this is Richanga Zivami. She is founded Zivami. So as you guys know that it is quite embarrassing for ladies to buy lingerie in the marketplace because if you ask for the size, they will stare at your price case and you are not comfortable. So she has understood there is a problem and she has found a solution by in her website she has put a column find your fit and in that they will ask multiple questions and accordingly they will give you better suggestion. Can you please move forward? Then this is Falguni Nair, Nika. Everybody knows about Nika, especially if you are married. So Nika is a platform where beauty and wellness has been integrated. She thought that there are so many companies are launching their products, but there is no one dedicated platform where you can get all the type of products at one place. So it is an innovative approach. Here the innovation is gap in demand and supply. She has understood that though there was a lot of demand and there are a lot of supply, but still they need to be confined at a one place. So this is her innovation. Can you please move forward? This is Suchi Mukherjee. She has founded LimeRoad. In the LimeRoad, she has created a lot of employment. In her website, it's a shopping website. And in her website, there is a column where you can create and earn. In this section, there are a lot of clothes and apparels were listed in their products. They just any creator can go and compile all this and create a complete look. They have an option to share it over the social media and it creates a lead. And those who create a lead and it get converted, they get money. So it is a great example of out of thinking approach in innovation. Can you please move forward? Then this is Vanna Luthra, VLCC founder. Everybody knows, I think, about VLCC. And she is the person who has got Padam Shri in 2013. And for her wealth and beauty products. This is a true example of product innovation. She has worked on the products that is actually required by in the market. And can you please move forward? Then Kiran Mazumdar, she is the founder of Biocon. I think everybody knows about Biocon. It is a very big company in the pharmaceutical industry. And she has, I wanted to share a story, but I think there is a time constraint, so I would think that it's better to move forward. Then this is Upasana Thakur, MovieQuick founder. So she thought about digital payment in 2009 when nobody was talking about it. So she had a vision and she had integrated the technology into the traditional way. And this is like true example of leveraging technology in innovation part. So now we move forward to the ground level problems that women entrepreneurs face. First problem is of funding. Without money, you cannot start any sort of business. पैसे के बिना कोई धंधा नहीं बनता. पैसा चाहिए. Starting में you need money. So there are various government schemes like Mahila Udyam Nidhi Yojana, where you will get 10 lakh up to 10 lakh rupees of assistance to the small sectors. Then there is a Annapurna scheme. Under the Annapurna scheme, there is a if you are in the food industry, then there is a loan of up to 50,000 rupees. And in the Stand Up India scheme, there is a scheme where per branch, you will at least one woman should get funding of approximately from 10 lakh to 1 CR. There are other sources as well like crowdfunding, where you have to narrate the story to the crowd, exactly what is the business, and if you are interested, then we'll invest money in your business. Then there is other microfinance companies, and there are specific women focused venture capitalists like She-O, We Connect, where you can raise money for your business. Okay. Secondly, there is a problem of social and cultural barrier. In India, women are not encouraged to start their own business like men do. It is a harsh truth. So what we can do, we can create an awareness campaign. Whenever you hear a success story of any woman, it's your responsibility to share with the person, with your family, with the person you meet, so that they will also feel encouraged and their mindset will change, because this is our future. Next point is lack of networking opportunity. Women cannot go and just meet and talk with everyone. So it's better to join women entrepreneur network and associations and attend networking events as well. Generally, it has been seen that the women have limited access to education and training. I would like to say that if in a family there are two children, one is a boy, another is a girl, then generally people think if he's a boy, if he will not study, then we have to invest in him, we have to give him loan so that he can at least start his business. But in India, these thoughts are not same for women. They said, okay, if she's not working, no problem, we will get her married and everything will be taken care of. This is a problem. So what women can do, there is online certification courses available, free certification courses also available. They can attend workshops and seminars. And there is a very good mentorship program also where their entrepreneurs are paired with the experienced entrepreneurs so that they can get learning from them. And then there is a big problem of work-life balance. Whenever man goes to work, nobody asks them, oh, you are working, how are you managing your family? But the same question is for women. How are you managing your work? Because it is true that even though they are working, their responsibility for house does not decrease. Yeah. 1 minute. So the best part is you can do is time management, prioritize your tasks, and seek support from your family. Just like me, I am here. I have a 1.5 years old daughter, so I just asked my daughter, mother-in-law, please take care of her. Then there's regulatory and compliance issues. As you know that there are various laws and regulations that you need to comply with while doing business, otherwise you will be in the suit. So it's better that you either need to take the legal assistance from the advisors. Secondly, there are online free resources available. Just go through it in your wonderful language and understand it. And last part is safety and mobility concern. Generally, if a man is asked to go to any remote area, he can go, but women cannot. So for that, there is an option whenever you get an opportunity to join online sessions, please go and learn and get networking also. To leave the long-lasting impression, I have written one poem. Can I recite, please?
Okay. A minute.
Yeah, not more than that. In the dawn, when dreams are spun, a vision rises with the sun. She steps forth with heart of grace. In the business, she finds her place. Through doubt and fear, she stands tall. For in her spirit, she has it all. With courage, she forges her way, turning trials into victorious day. Innovation guides her life. Through uncharted path, she takes flight. Her journey, a mix of trial and cheer, a testament to dreams held dear. She is the spark in the dark, the relentless drive, the entrepreneur mark. In the markets and boardrooms, she leaves her sign, a legacy so fine. So let us honor her, the one who strives for in her success a future thrives. Together we rise, together we dream, empowered by her, our spirits claim. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get inspired by the rise of women entrepreneurs. Let us support them, celebrate them, and walk along with them as they transfer a world for better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, you will agree with me that social changes take place at a very slow pace. But I think this is the area of women entrepreneurship and the reforms for the women. Perhaps now the speed is very fast. Perhaps it might be debatable issue, and don't say that I'm a gender bias, but you visit now any metro city and you find lot of changes. And now, as you have mentioned that you are here to present the paper in spite of your 1.5-year-old daughter. Same is the case with our women entrepreneurs also. They are getting lot of privileges, and you have shown us lot of inspirational pictures of the successful women entrepreneurs. So now the situation is changing at a very fast pace. Of course, women are having dual problems. They will have to manage their home as well as their business also. So there are challenges, and they'll have to balance between that two. They cannot compromise any one area. It is equally important to manage home as well as their venture also. So I'm quite sure that in the coming years, that gap between man and woman as far as the entrepreneurs are concerned will perhaps reduce drastically. So anyway, it's a very good paper and provide us a lot of insights about women entrepreneurship and challenges. Thank you so much.
Sir, we will request you that if we can take a short break for tea because the tea is ready.
Again, a request that we can go very fast and come
Very
speed, maybe maximum 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Maximum 10 minutes. We'll be right back here. We have two additional chairpersons and few paper presenters with us.
हो गया
Participant here back. Please, participants, please keep your mic on. Those who want to give presentation. Yes, you will be part of it. Yes,
Let me request the presenters, please just take up with the introduction, title of your paper, introduction, methodology, and the conclusions. That's all we require because we have time constraints. We cannot, prolong the session. So it is requested just 3 minutes. We are able to provide you, not more than this. Thank you so much.
exactly. Please, Shanti Balaji, please start.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good evening to all. So is my screen visible?
It's not visible. You can give oral presentation also.
In case if the PPT is not working, you can please give the oral presentation. We don't have any.
Okay, so my topic of presentation is financial performance analysis of LIC of India and evaluation of income, outgo, and profitability trends. So basically, the LIC, this all parameters have been studied by me for 5 years. The objective of the study is to analyze the total income of LIC for last 5 years, to overlook the total outgo of LIC, to study the growth of profit after tax, that is PAT of LIC. And the research methodology that was followed is that the data was taken for 5 years, and various the data is totally based upon secondary data, that is LIC publication, including all the periodicals and books and the statistical books, all that thing. And the tools and techniques of the study are sorted and tabulated according to the need and objectives of the study. And basically t-test was used here. The hypothesis of the study is there is no significant impact on the growth of total income of LIC. And the second hypothesis is there is no significant impact on the growth of the total outgo of LIC during the study period. And the t-test was used, and the p-value is more than 0.05. So the researcher failed to reject the null hypothesis of analysis of total income of the LIC. And again, the p-value of total outgo is also more than 0.05. Again, the researcher has failed to reject the null hypothesis of analysis of total outgo. Analysis of profit after tax, it obviously the profit from the very beginning it was negative. It was negative, and then it started raising. And the finding of the study, it was found that the total income of LIC year after year, although it was raising, but gradually. The annual compound growth rate is determined 7.11%, and the total growth rate exceeds the ACGR, annual compound growth rate, practically every year during the study period, with the exception of 1 year, when the growth rate falls below ACGR. The data reveals much about LIC, that LIC remains #1 in terms of overall income. The second findings was in terms of total outgo. It was revealed that the final year of the research period, the LIC overall outgo declined marginally, indicating that the organization is working to save its cost. The ACGR, it was calculated to be 5.33%, and for roughly 2 years throughout the study, the growth rate exceeded ACGR, while the remaining 2 years were below it. Even in the final year of the study, the growth rate remained 0, which is another favorable sign for LIC. The last finding was related to profit after tax. Initially, there was loss suffered by LIC for 2 years for the study period. Then the LIC started to earn and retain profit after the 3rd year. And the study shows that the total amount is highest in the last year of the study. And LIC is definitely growing in the market and still holds the #1 position in the life insurance company. And the conclusion of my research is that The performance review of LIC demonstrates strong financial performance and market dominance. LIC has a considerable market share in the Indian insurance industry with steady growth in premium collection and policy assurance. The corporation strategic objective is digital transformation and customer service enhancement. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you. Can we have the next presentation, please?
Pooja Parihar, please unmute. Pooja Parihar. Yes, please start. Can you tell me your serial number?
42.
42. Okay, please start.
Yes. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
It's not 42. Some network problem.
We can take up the next.
Yeah, Dandeshwar.
sure, please.
Yes, Dandeshwar ji. Please unmute. Dandeshwar. What is your serial number, sir? Please unmute.
42.
Please unmute कर लीजिए sir. Unmute.
सर आप हो गया सर, आवाज आ रही सर?
Yes.
नमस्कार सर, मैं दंडेश्वर पराशर, शोधार्थी योग विभाग, निर्वाण विश्वविद्यालय, जयपुर। सर मेरा टॉपिक है सर, स्वास्थ्य पर तनाव के प्रभाव और कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता के द्वारा सुगमता से इलाज। तनाव को किसी कठिन परिस्थिति के कारण उत्पन्न होता है, यह हमारे जीवन पर अत्यधिक प्रभाव डालता है। कुछ थोड़ा तनाव हमारे लिए अच्छा है, लेकिन दैनिक गतिविधियों में यह तनाव हमारे शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर बहुत बुरा प्रभाव डालता है। इस तनाव को हम योग के द्वारा दूर कर सकते हैं। योग की क्लासेस हम ऑनलाइन या ऑफलाइन दोनों माध्यमों से ले सकते हैं। ऑनलाइन क्लासेस से हम अपने समय की बचत कर सकते हैं और ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंच सकते हैं। यह हमारे डेटा को इकट्ठा करने में भी बहुत ज्यादा सहायक है। यह हमें दुनिया के बहुत से देशों के साथ बैठे हुए विद्यार्थियों को उनके तनाव को कम करने के लिए उनको मेडिटेशन की सलाह दे सकता है। एआई समय निर्धारण और भुगतान जैसे कई कार्यों में सरलता लेके आता है, जिससे शिक्षकों को अपने शिक्षक पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने के लिए अधिक समय मिलता है। यह शिक्षकों को उन्नत योग तकनीकों और शिक्षण पद्धतियों से परिचित कराते हुए सीखने के नए अवसर खोलता है। अंत में एआई संचालित प्लेटफॉर्म की वैश्विक पहुंच भौगोलिक सीमाओं से परे एवं शिक्षा के प्रसार का विस्तार करती है।
Yes, Nadeshwar ji, thank you. Bhavna Kumawat ji, please unmute. Bhavna Kumawat. Unmute कर लीजिए.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
serial number क्या है आपका?
13, sir.
13.
Yes. Sir, 1 second. My name is Bhavna Kumawat. I'm from Jaipur, Rajasthan, and I'm pursuing PhD from Gujarat University School of Commerce. My topic is impact of, for the presentation is impact of IFRS adoption on financial reporting practices of listed large cap consumer durable companies. Here is introduction. Content to be discussed are introduction, research methodology, data analysis and interpretation, findings and conclusion. In the introduction part, I have discussed about 2 topics in IFRS adoption as convergence into Ind AS and conceptual framework of financial reporting. In early 1990s, various countries had distinct accounting standards. During that period, international accounting standards were adhered to, created by IASC. In India, separate standards known as accounting standards were followed and developed by Accounting Standard Board of ICAI. Other nations followed their own standards or IAS as they deemed appropriate. However, on the onset of globalization, the need of universal standards emerged to facilitate cross-border investment and business operations. To address this gap, IFRS was established in 2001. In this transition, the IASC transformed into the IASB. IFRS initially represents an additional set of standards that complement Indian accounting standard. There are two pathways for integrating IFRS. First is adoption and second is convergence. In adoption, IFRS is implemented as specified, while in the convergence, adjustments are made based on individual countries' circumstances. In India, convergence process was adopted and Indian accounting standards was formed as converged IFRS by the amendment in section 133 of Indian Companies Act Rules 2015. ICAI formulates Indian accounting standards through its Accounting Standard Board. On 1st April 2016, Indian
Hello.
accounting standards.
Bhavana ji, please conclude. Please conclude. You are taking so much time, and your slides are also not moving. So kindly.
Yes, sir. This is introduction part. Okay, sir. In research methodology, our research question is: does the implication of IFRS make any difference in the quality of financial reporting practices of selected large cap consumer durable companies? Aim is similar. Next is Research objectives are to analyze the impact of IFRS adoption on financial reporting practices of selected large cap consumer durable companies and compare the quality of financial reporting practices during the pre-IFRS and post-IFRS period.
Ms. Bhavana ji, please come to the conclusion. Only conclusion
Okay,
part.
sir.
Please
Okay,
show us the
sir.
conclusion slide. Yeah, this one. So what is your conclusion, please? Please tell us.
Yes, sir. This study concludes that the implementation of IFRS had a positive impact on the financial reporting practices of large cap consumer durable companies in India. The quality of financial reporting measured through various metrics such as relevance, faithful representation, sustainability was generally improved during post IFRS period, and the consistent improvement in the remaining indicators. IFRS adoption has significantly improved the transparency, comparability of financial statements. This has facilitated better decision making. Despite the benefits, companies face several challenges during the transition to IFRS. This includes high implementation cost, complexities of new standards, and the need of extensive training and system upgrades. However, the long-term benefits in terms of improved financial reporting, the better access to international capital markets outweigh the
Thank you, Ms. Bhavana. Thank you so much. Yeah. So Mohan Singh ji, please unmute. Mohan Singh Dangar, please unmute. Yes,
Hello.
Mohan.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please tell me your serial number. Serial number
Good
क्या है?
afternoon, sir. I am Mohan Singh Dangar, research scholar, Department of National Security Studies, Central University of Jammu. Sir, my topic is regarding confidence building measures in Indo-China relations.
18
and
serial
how
number
it's
है.
going to impact our India's internal
18.
security. So this paper is going to examine the role of confidence building measures and how the confidence building measures play an important role in maintaining the Indo-China relations and what its implication on the India's national security. And in the end, this paper also suggests some policy recommendation to improve the present confidence building measures and generate new strategies to reduce risk and maintain stability in the border areas. So when we talk about Indo-China relations, we see that these relations are generally based on the hostility and mistrust on each other. So when we go into the historical background of these confidence building measures, so it will take in the 1993 in the border agreement in which both the countries are mutually agreed on some areas that we can stabilize some hotline dialogue.
मोहन सिंह जी इसको थोड़ा कंक्लूड कर दीजिए, टाइम की कमी है थोड़ी.
Okay,
रिक्वेस्ट है.
I'm going to on a conclusion part. Here in my paper, I also generalize the types of CBM: military and diplomatic, economic and cultural, and the factor which is influence that confidence building measures is trust and perception, leadership and diplomatic engagement, and public and media perception. In the conclusion, I just wanted to say that. In the recent past, we saw the 2017 Galwan stand-up and the 2020 Doklam stand-up and 2020 Galwan Valley crisis. So to escalate these crises, we have to focus more on the confidence building measures. Why our military diplomacy or our Ministry of External Affairs higher officials, so we can control these damage and promote long-term peace, stability, and regional security, which is beneficial for both the countries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Thank you. Mr. Tushar, just wait a minute. I will invite you. Yeah. This Pooja Parihar, please unmute. Pooja Parihar.
Yeah, sir.
Please start.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
I request you to please finish your
My
presentation
Pooja from
2 minutes. Yes, Pooja ji, please start करिए.
My topic is राजस्थान बोर्ड द्वारा मान्यता प्राप्त विद्यालय में अध्ययनरत उच्च माध्यमिक स्तर के विद्यार्थियों की आत्मविश्वास तथा शैक्षिक उपलब्धि पर प्रभाव. एक अध्ययन और के रूप में डॉक्टर रेखा गुप्ता द्वारा निर्मित किया गया उपलब्धि के रूप में आपको मिला है. नेक्स्ट है शोध के उद्देश्य. प्रस्तुत शोध निम्नांकित उद्देश्य निर्धारित किए गए हैं. उच्च माध्यमिक स्तर के विद्यार्थियों के आत्मविश्वास के स्तर का अध्ययन करना और उच्च माध्यमिक स्तर के विद्यार्थियों के आत्मविश्वास का शैक्षिक उपलब्धि पर पड़ने वाले प्रभाव का अध्ययन करना. हाइपोथेसिस के उच्च विद्यार्थियों के आत्मविश्वास का स्तर औसत स्तर का है. और नेक्स्ट उच्च माध्यमिक स्तर के विश्वास का उनकी शैक्षिक उपलब्धि पर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ता. रूप में क्लास 11 के पूरे 100 स्टूडेंट्स को स्तरीकृत यादृच्छिक प्रतिदर्श विधि द्वारा किया गया है. नेक्स्ट आंकड़ों का फर्स्ट
पूजा जी एक्चुअली आपके साइड से थोड़ा नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है. सो हम ये प्रेजेंटेशन आप मेल कर दीजिएगा, हम मान लेंगे आपका प्रेजेंटेशन. ओके, बिकॉज योर वॉइस इज नॉट क्लियरली ऑडिबल. आप भेज दीजिएगा. थैंक यू सो मच. यस तुषार, Mr. Tushar, what is your serial number, Tushar? What is your serial number?
17.
17?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes. I'm a research scholar in Nirwan University, Jaipur, and my research topic was is improved convolutional network with transfer learning for the plant disease diagnosis. So actually, in this study, there is these are the topics, these are the points we are going to consider. So instead of going in details, I'll just go into the introduction. It is related with the agricultural, and agriculture is most you can say challenging part nowadays for the good you can say food and yield we require to make the improvements in agricultural field. So plant disease is a topic taken and on which I have worked. So these are the some stages through which we can easily find out the diseases in a crop. So this is an image processing actually. So my contribution is in segmentation, in feature extraction, and in classification. So in these three areas I have worked. So while doing the work, this filtering is a general process we have taken. Segmentation, this FEIJS. So this is the one technique I have implemented. Here there is in a feature extraction, there is a NMA. This one technique is implemented, and here there is a double convolutional area network, that is CNN type is included. So this all code is written in a Python, and I came to the accuracy. So literature survey I have done to check the segmentation, feature extraction, and classification topics. So I found these are improvement areas where I can work. So this is a research gap through which I have find out these things and started working on these parameters. So these are the objectives. First, it is a categorization of this leaf and identify the disease, and secondly, to provide the effective and some of the pesticides and fertilizers regarding the improvement. So this is one is the actually a diagram where I have worked. That is a segmentation. Then there is a feature extraction, and there is a DCA CL transmission. These are transfer learning algorithms. So these are the steps which included within my work. So these are the mathematical calculations for getting the better results. This is a data set I have used for the research. So these are the some of the
Mr. Tushar,
clearly images.
Yeah, Mr. Tushar.
Yes, sir.
Please come to the conclusions, please.
Yes. So after going through the this techniques, I got the improvement over the accuracy and sensitivity and some other parameters. So these are the values whatever I have occurred by statistical calculations. So in conclusion, with this algorithm, I can found that you can easily find out the diseases with a better accuracy. So in a future scope, we can increase the database so that more machine learning will be happen and we get the better outputs. These are some publications I have done on this research.
Thank you, Mr. Tushar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So Jaba, Miss Jaba, please. Yes, you can start. Please, can you tell me your serial number?
29.
29.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. I think this is the last presentation. I think so.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Joba Kolita, Assistant Professor at DK College, Meja from Assam. Thank you, Inspira, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, Education and Gender Equality. Through this paper, I would like to focus on education and gender discriminations in India and highlight some measures to overcome the disparities. I'm going to provide a PPT presentation and highlight some points on gender equality and education. I have included my paper this area, what is equality? And equality means the state where every individual of a society gets equal opportunities and rights. And there are some points, and after that I have discussed about importance of education. And after that, I have included my paper, women's role in society, then relation between education and gender equality. And after that, I have discussed about education and gender equality in India. I am going to elaborate some points, education and gender equality in India. In India, women education has been remarkable improvements in modern time. Over the time, more girls are enrolling in schools in all levels. Literary rates among women are hiking up at a steady rate in India. Government of India has launched several initiatives to promote girls' education like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, national scheme of incentives to girls for secondary education, etc. These initiatives are launched to promote and enhance education of girls and address the declining child of sex ratio. In India, education is considered a fundamental right of the citizens under the Constitution, but the access to education remains disproportionate throughout the country, especially among the girls coming from marginal society. And after that, I come to the conclusion, and achieving gender equality in education in India will require continuous and collective efforts from both government and all the responsible citizens of this country. The collective effort will aim to improve access to education, reduce dropout rates, and encourage women to take part in the decision making of the society. There has significant progress in.
Miss Chaba, hello.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude, ma'am.
Yes, I'm going to conclude my paper. There has been a significant progress in Indian education system and initiatives, but the challenges still remain. We need to address the challenges and work towards advancement and betterment of the system. We need to work towards a country that will provide equal opportunities for all gender so that they can realize their full potential. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. From Mamta Pant. Please unmute. Mamta Pant. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
आवाज सुनाई दे रही है?
बिल्कुल सुनाई दे रही है।
ईश्वरी सत्ता गुरु सत्ता को नमन करते हुए आप सभी विद्वत जनों को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर निर्वाण यूनिवर्सिटी से हूँ। सर, योग उपनिषदों में अष्टांग योग का स्वरूप, ये मेरा रिसर्च पेपर का टॉपिक है। सर, सुनाई दे रहा है?
बहुत अच्छी तरह सुनाई दे रहा है, कंटिन्यू रखिए।
जी। उपनिषदों में अष्टांग योग के जो योग के 8 अंग हैं, उन पर विशेष वैचारिक चर्चा इसमें की गई है। वेदों का अंतिम सार उपनिषद है, जैसा कि कहा भी गया है, न तस्य रोगो न जरा न मृत्यु प्राप्तस्य योगाग्निमय शरीरम। वह व्यक्ति जिसको जो योग रूपी अग्नि में स्वयं को तपा लेता है, उसको ना जरा कहते हैं कि वृद्धावस्था, और न रोग होते हैं, न तस्य रोगो न जरा न मृत्यु। उसको न रोग सताते हैं, न जरा अर्थात समय से पहले उसको वृद्धावस्था नहीं आती, और न ही उसे असमय मृत्यु उसकी होती है। तो योग एक ऐसा विज्ञान है जो हमारे शरीर, मन और इंद्रियों पर नियंत्रण स्थापित करते हुए उस चेतन आत्मा से संयुक्त होने का विज्ञान हमारा योग है। तो इसी के अंतर्गत जो 108 उपनिषद हैं, उनमें भी कुछ योग उपनिषद हैं। उन योग उपनिषदों में अष्टांग योग का वर्णन किया गया है। मेरा उद्देश्य यही है कि योग के अष्टांग योग को किस प्रकार से समाज में हम अपने व्यवहार में लाएं, और उपनिषदों में इसकी सार्थकता जो सिद्ध है उसको हम समाज में कैसे व्यवहारिक रूप में इसको अपनाएं। तो उपनिषदों में योग उपनिषद में भी यम नियम का वर्णन किया गया है। अमृतनाथ उपनिषद में यम नियम का वर्णन है, तेज बिंदु उपनिषद में है, साथ ही साथ दर्शन उपनिषद जो भगवान दत्तात्रेय जी ने अपने शिष्य सांकृति के प्रश्नों का उत्तर देते हुए अपनी जीवन मुक्ति हेतु अष्टांग योग का श्रवण किया। इसमें अष्टांग योग के अंतर्गत यम नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान, समाधि, यही अष्टांग योग को महर्षि पतंजलि ने भी वर्णन किया है, जिनमें कि उन्होंने 5 यम बताए हैं, जिसमें कि अहिंसा, सत्य, अस्तेय, ब्रह्मचर्य, अपरिग्रह, यमा, और इसी तरह से उन्होंने 5 नियम बताए हैं, शौच, संतोष, तप, स्वाध्याय, ईश्वर प्रणिधानानि नियमा। उसके बाद तीसरा अंग आता है आसन, चौथा अंग आता है प्राणायाम। महर्षि पतंजलि ने जिसमें कि 4 प्राणायाम दिए हैं, बाह्य वृत्ति, आभ्यंतर वृत्ति, स्तंभ वृत्ति और विषयाधीन।
बहुत ही सुंदर आपका प्रेजेंटेशन है।
जी।
लेकिन टाइम की वजह से हम पूरा इसको अभी थोड़ा सा सुन नहीं पाएंगे।
जी सर,
तो फिर कभी मौका मिलेगा तो जरूर सुनेंगे।
जी सर।
तो थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
ओके सर, थैंक यू, आप लोगों ने इतना समय दिया। सर, समय होता तो मैं और अच्छे से
थोड़ा माफी चाहेंगे हम। आप भी देख सकते हैं कि 5 o'clock होने वाले हैं।
जी सर, जी सर। अंत में सर सभी के सुख की कामना करते हुए आप सभी को प्रणाम।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Sir, I'll take just a minute to tell something about our additional chairperson, Dr. Anukriti Sharma. Though I also understand the constraint of time, so I will not be able to read her very exhaustive, very vast bio. So I'll just talk of something. CA Harshita ma'am just told about breaking the glass ceiling by women, and and ma'am, Dr. Anukriti Sharma is the best example we can have, who has broken the glass ceilings, broken the stereotypes. She's very impactful, very powerful. She has been associated with elite and world-class publications like Emerald, Springer, Apple, Academic Press in various capacities. Dr. Sharma is the Associate Professor of Department of Commerce and Management at University of Kota. She is also the Honorary Dean of two faculties, Tourism and Hospitality, and Aviation and Aerospace at Rajasthan Skill University in Jaipur. She has received the Research Award from the University Grants Commission for her project on analysis of the status of tourism in Haroti and Shekhawati region. And ma'am, there is a lot to tell about you, but keeping the time constraint in mind, I would request you to kindly.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti, for such a brief introduction. I understand. Otherwise, I was just feeling maybe Nada sir will say, please conclude. So can I have a presentation, because I don't want to take much of the time, because I want to.
No, but please take your presentation, because we wish to see it even if for a small time, but
because I have to be really speed up the things, because it's already almost 4:45. First of all, at the outset, I would like to say thanks to the organizers of this conference for inviting me as an additional chairperson, and I'm really thankful to the chair for giving me an opportunity to interact with each and every one who are presented in person and online as well. And before jumping into my presentation, वैसे मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहूंगी, हृदय के गहनतम तल से मैं आप सबको आज 25वें कारगिल दिवस की बधाई देना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि इसके लिए 2 शब्द जो मैं बोल सकती हूँ, और मैं ये बोलना नहीं चाहूंगी इस मंच से, क्योंकि हम सिक्योरिटी की बात कर रहे हैं और हमारे फौजी भाइयों को नहीं याद किया जाए, ये थोड़ा सा मुझे सही नहीं लग रहा है इस मंच से। मुझे लगता है एक लाइन शायद जो मुझे याद है थोड़ी बहुत, ये फौजी भी कमाल करते हैं, परिवार को बटुए में छिपा लेकर हिंदुस्तान को जिंदा रखते हैं। I just wanted to dedicate these lines for all those who are working day and night for us, for our securities, right? Now, coming to my topic, it is artificial intelligence in tourism and hospitality shaping tomorrow. Can you please change the slide? I have to speed up with the things. I don't want to take much of the time. हम लोग सबको पता है that artificial intelligence is changing our lives like anything. How many of you who are presented over here right now or online, how many of you are not using artificial intelligence devices? Can you please raise your hands? कोई ऐसा है अभी यहाँ पे जो artificial devices use, artificial intelligence technology devices use नहीं कर रहा है? Is there even anyone? No. आप बोलेंगे हम तो कुछ भी यूज नहीं कर रहे, बट अगर आप गूगल पे वॉइस सर्च कर रहे हो, दैट इज आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. So that means there is no one in the entire globe who is not using somehow the technology advancements like artificial intelligence. Okay, so when we are talking about in a service sector, it is much more important, because the service sector is more crucial. It is something where you need to be very attentive with your customer each and every minute. 24/7 you have to be attentive. Like many of the police officers are here today morning also, and today also sitting with us. Aap log ka duty and which the AI is performing is almost the same. 24/7 you have to be ready to serve the public. 24/7 you have to be ready to understand that what exactly the third party is asking for and to fulfill that. Can we change the slide, please? So when we are talking about virtual assistance is something which is giving some personalized touch, as Professor Mehta also said, and our keynote speakers also said, that we cannot change the personalized touch from any of the things, especially in the service sector. Like, abhi hum log jo baithe huए hain, agar main bolu, excuse me, you are the person who is in a green shirt, excuse me, the person who's in an off-white shirt or in a cream shirt, how this sounds? It sounds very rude, and I mean, like, it will not touch me at all as a human being. But in case if I know Mr. X or Mr. Y, Mr. Ram, Mr. Sham, or Mrs. Sita. If I talk like this, it's grab the attention of the customer as well as of any person at that moment only, because you are naming them. So when you check with the chatbots and artificial intelligence, they always say, "Hi, I'm Ruby, how can I help you?" You know, it seems though it is just a technology, but still it is giving me a personal touch. They are not going how I can talk to you, lady. What we can serve to you, lady, no. Or what we can serve to you, gentleman, no. They will use your name even in the technology. So that is the beauty of artificial intelligence, that the human is there not hardly matters, but you will get the personal touch still. So that is something is customization. Can you change the slide? Because I don't want to take much time. Just one more thing I want to tell you, that the travel and tourism industry stands for anything. Even the Maharashtra government is the first government who started the WhatsApp chat, especially, and in fact they have launched it especially to serve their tourists. Rajasthan, we are short in this, we don't have any WhatsApp chatbot as such, still we are lacking into it. But Maharashtra tourism launched this thing, which is really appreciable. Can you change the slides, please? Then there are securities of tourism. I don't want to take much time. I'm just going to conclude it, because I'm afraid the person, the eminent person who is sitting may have explained me. Change the slide. I changed the slide at the 75. The future impacts, yes, this is something which I really want to talk. The future impact will be immense of the artificial intelligence. And in the future, I'm telling you this, something I can say, that we will not even require the drivers for driving the airplanes or to drive a bus or to drive a train. Maybe we have that also automatic with the uses of artificial intelligence. Like we already have so many things, like the robots in the hotels. They have replaced the waiters. So there is always two sides of a same coin. One is positive, one is negative. So here we need to draw a limitation, a line between that. To this extent, we need the help of technology, but after this extent or this line, we don't need at all the artificial intelligence in these type of service sectors. Otherwise, our youngsters will be jobless. So that is the biggest challenge in future, which probably all over the globe we are going to face. And with this thing, I just want to sum up. Thank you so very much for your patience listening and for having me here, especially to Dr. Professor S. Modi sir and to Dr. Ravi Modi for inviting me. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, it's such a pleasure
बहुत अच्छे
listening to you.
शॉर्ट में तो अच्छा बताया.
We really wish that it never stops, but then again, a time constant, but really, ma'am. And sir, you wish to say something about Nirwan ma'am's presentation?
Yeah, certainly. As you mentioned that we really wish to listen to Dr. Anukrati for a very long period. I know, in fact, wherever she visits India and abroad, really she has mesmerized the audience.
Madam?
But again, my problem was the time constraint. But thank you very much for that very crisp but complete presentation given by you. Thank you. And briefly talked about the role of AI and particularly in the context of tourism industry. Thank you so much.
So now, sir, our additional chairperson, Dr. Ashok Kumar sir from Jain and Vyas University, Jaipur, is there with us. Sir is very kind. Whenever we remember sir travels all the way from Jaipur to Jaipur without even thinking twice. We are so grateful to sir. Sir, I would like to tell you again that sir is the Director, Defense and Strategic Studies Research Center, Jain and Vyas University, Jaipur. Sir is also NCC captain, and sir is an assistant professor at PG School of Business Administration, Jain and Vyas University, Jaipur. And sir, we are so thankful to you for accepting our invitation and coming all the way from Jaipur to attend this conference. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. With the grace of Lord Master Sati and with the permission of respectable guys and all the members present here, online and offline. My topic is security of a country. Basically, security of a country relates or combined with the two factors. One is external factor and second is internal factor. This seminar, this conference basically highlights the internal security of a country. When we talk about the internal security is basically on the shoulder of first line of control, second line of control, and third line of control of the country and the citizens of a country, those who are aware about the internal issues which are threatening the development of a country. So when we talk about the external security issue, external security is related with the other countries, neighboring countries, and other powers of the world, around the world. Those who want to complete the country, they make the hurdles in the development of the country. They all make the sense which called as a external security issues. These security issues may be helpful and make creative with the help of any kind of basically terrorism and helping to the basically coincidence with the basically high power of nonsense organizations who basically not only the against the mankind and they basically do the hurdles of the development of the country. And on the other hand, we talk about the internal security. Internal security is includes the dimensions of nationalism, terrorism, coalitions, and we also include one factor which is called disasters. Disaster may be called as a internal security issues and elements. Basically, there are two kinds of disaster issues. First is natural disaster and second is man-made disaster. The natural disaster, we can only make preparation for the natural disaster, and other one is pandemic. We can basically prepare ourselves for the pandemic, and on the other side, when we talk about the man-made disaster like Bhopal tragedy, we can say that these kind of tragedies, collisions, we make sure these are called as a man-made security issues. These security issues, if properly managed by the country, by the officials, by the bureaucrats, by the government, then the country basically do good for the betterment and development of the society and nation. On the other hand, when we talk about the external factors basically depend upon the internationally coordination and cooperation of the countries. When we international coordination and cooperation still go forward, then we talk about the international relations of the country. When international relations of a country are very sound and effective, then there is no way that any other power create external threats for the country. So for the external factors, we talk about the international relation, healthy international relation, good international relation. That is the solution of external threats, external security issues. There is the only solution that is good international relations for the basically every government to make a treaty with the other country for the best and better relations with the other it may be a neighboring country. And on the other hand, we talk about internal security issues. Basically, IB may do best for providing the basically initiatives to the other organization, make sure and healthy environment inside the country.
या फिर अपन फिर मंडे को करेंगे सर फिर यही है ना
two sides of the coin that mainly relation with the progressive country with these words I probably
Thanks to the guys, to the organizers, those who inviting me for this such a nice, wonderful evening and talk with you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
591-480. 591-480.
Friends, we had a long session in which we had 2 key speakers besides my additional chairperson. And of course, I also got some presentation, but it is quite comprehensive, and now I'm restricting myself not to show that presentation to you. I must congratulate to all the paper presenters for those who have really worked hard and prepared their presentation on wide variety of subjects. Of course, the theme of this particular session was trends in commerce, management, artificial intelligence, and internal security. And of course, that was a limitation that many papers were not related to this particular theme that you have tracked for this particular session. But anyway, they really worked hard and enlightened us. As far as the trades are concerned, I would say that there are landmark changes as far as the commerce management and this technology is concerned. And what is the focus? Focus is basically to serve the customers or the users of services more efficiently. And here, rightly mentioned by many speakers that AI has played a very pivotal role in that. We can find out the difference. Every marketer, every organization wants to serve customers in a better way, in an efficient way. Apart from this, there is a tremendous growth of e-commerce and m-commerce as well. Just see the figures and you'll find that over the last 1 decade, many organizations have increased their business tremendously, even much higher as compared to what they were selling in the physical mode. Apart from that, they are providing variety of services out the customer. You can buy product, you don't like, you can return it in any of the outlets. You can just give order online and you can either return the product online or in any of the stores or these big organizations. Apart from that, because of this revolution in the field of transportation and the backward economy, now the organizations are selling their product any part of the globe. Apart from that, there are a lot of changes as far as the supply chain management is concerned. In fact, we are perhaps now we are quite exposed to the concept of this cryptocurrency also, another mode of payment. Of course, because of that technological evolution and the digital kind of changes, what we find is a threat of our data, and cyber security issue is a very, very important subject nowadays. And now, even not to say of these IT companies, but the organizations are also taking care of the cyber security issue. There are changes in the banking sector as well. Mobile banking and the banking is not now confined to the classes, but the masses as well. And of course, the future is quite promising as far as the digital revolution is concerned. With the help of AI, digitalization, this platform economy, because of the industry 4.0 revolution. Now, I think in the next 5-6 years, even the shorter period, we'll find lot of changes. Of course, it is at least that perhaps because of this technological revolution, there might be a lot of threat to the employment. But it is also very true that unless we keep ourselves updated with the latest advances which are taking place in technology, in management and commerce tools and techniques, will become completely obsolete. The nature, the profile of jobs are changing very fast. And almost in all the areas, need of the hour is reskilling, upskilling, and multi-skilling. As far as the employees are concerned, they will have to update themselves with the latest advances which are taking place. And I would say that unless we can create value for our employers, or unless organizations are really quite sensitive towards rendering the service to their customers, it would be very difficult to survive. So I think that perhaps that changes which are taking place, it's not always bad or challenges, but many of the changes are quite positive also. So there are not many issues, not many trainings almost in all the areas, be it marketing, HR, finance, commerce, management, technology, and of course, internal security, cyber security. A lot of changes are taking place and a lot of debates can take place. But I'm really happy that the Nirwan University, powered by Inspira, they have really chosen a very good topic this time, particularly relating to internal security. Lastly, of course, there will be formal word of thanks by the Dr. Modi or Dr. P. But as a chairperson, I'm really happy to chair this session when I find that Dr. Anuprati and Dr. Ashok Kumar, Dr. Ashita is with me, and they have really contributed significantly by their speeches. And of course, all the participants deserve our big congratulations. Many of the participants were just result scholars, but they really worked hard and with the expectation that they will be actively participating in the forthcoming conferences by us as well as not by even by us, but by the other organizations also. They will be contributing in academics, they will be writing research papers, etc. And certainly such kind of exercise will be immensely helpful for them in developing the research aptitude, and certainly every conference, every paper writing will certainly be a value addition for them and for the academia as well. So once again, thank you very much. All the participants who are here right from morning from 9:30, and of course those who are connected with us online. Thank you very much once again. Over to you, the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So this was the end of technical session 1. Tomorrow we'll have technical session 2. And after that, we'll have a valedictory program. So I would like to once again thank everyone who has been associated with us, all the organizers, including BORDERMAN, Rajasthan Police Academy, Nirwan University, and Inspira Research Association. And as sir said, specifically, I would like to thank all the participants who have joined us offline and online. We really appreciate your patience since morning 9:30. You're sitting here with us. It is almost 5:30 now, and you're still sitting. And all the participants who have joined us online also, I would like to thank everyone. All the guests who have joined us for inaugural ceremony in the morning and technical session 1. We wish to thank everyone, each and everyone, from the bottom of our hearts, from the side of all the organizers. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all the participants. So we will meet tomorrow at the same time. Thank you.